Let's tell our viewers what is happening in Tehran. So we showed those pictures of the US and Israel strikes in Tehran. And we report coming in from Tehran, getting you the ground reality. Let's take a look.
It's almost 6 p.m. here in Tehran. I just came out to buy some medicine for my mother. Then I saw a smoke plume in west of Tehran, and I was just 2 kilometers away from my house. So I came here, and as you see behind me, it's one of the biggest smoke plumes I've seen. Listen, I don't know what has been exploded, what has been targeted, but it's a big one, and it's been like that in the past 45 minutes. So Tehran has been also attacked by US and Israel today, like the previous days. And of course, there are some reports that the attacks will intensify in the coming hours. It's almost 6 p.m. here in Tehran. I just came out to buy some medicine for my mother. Then I saw a smoke plume in west of Tehran, and I was just 2 kilometers away from my house. So I came here, and as you see behind me, it's one of the biggest smoke plumes I've seen. Listen, I don't know what has been exploded, what has been targeted, but it's a big one, and it's been like that in the past 45 minutes. So Tehran has been also attacked by US and Israel today, like the previous days. And of course, there are some reports that the attacks will intensify in the coming hours.
And now, viewers, as war clouds gather over West Asia, stranded Indians are finally making their way back. An Indigo flight from Jeddah landed safely in Ahmedabad, bringing home nearly 200 pilgrims. While airlines slowly are resuming their operations, uncertainty still looms, especially after claims that conflict could now continue for weeks.
An Indigo flight from Jeddah landed at Ahmedabad International Airport. Around 200 passengers who went for a pilgrimage to Makkah Medina returned safely. Republic TV spoke to the families of the people returning. They thanked Prime Minister Narendra Modi and also told that the flights were getting cancelled due to the ongoing turmoil in West Asia.
हमारी भारत सरकार को मैं तहे दिल से अभी भी बोल रहा हूँ, तहे दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहता हूँ। उन्होंने हमारे 222 हाजियों को वापस लाए, उसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
इंडियन गवर्नमेंट से ये कहना चाहूँगा क्या बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया था ये सब अरेंजमेंट करने के लिए, और वहाँ पर इंडियन एम्बेसी में भी हमको बहुत सपोर्ट किया सऊदी अरब में, उसके लिए भी बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
As days pass by, airlines have started to resume their flights, pushing towards normalcy. On the other hand, Trump claims that the war will go on for 4 to 5 more weeks.
We have the strongest and most powerful by far military in the world, and we will easily prevail. We're already substantially ahead of our time projections, but whatever the time is, it's okay. Whatever it takes, we will always, and we have right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that.
With stranded Indians slowly and gradually coming back to their motherland, Indians can breathe a sigh of relief for now.
Just coming in from Beirut, these pictures are of Beirut just after Israeli strikes. Ishita.
Right, of course, the live visuals of these attacks being carried out by Israeli forces on Lebanon's capital. Viewers, stay tuned. We'll get back to you on this on the other side.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good afternoon. We are live and we are breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in, and with me I have my colleague Ishita. Ishita, 5th day of the war, multi-pronged war, strike after strike, casualties going up. On Republic, we also have the live analysis. What else is breaking right now, Ishita?
Right, of course, Iran here has now declared that Strait of Hormuz has become a war zone, saying it has complete control over the economic corridor. We'll get you all the latest that's breaking from the war in West Asia. But first up, let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking at this hour.
IRGC launches 17th wave of strike against the US-Israeli targets. Fresh visuals show Iranian missile dodging US-Israeli air defense system and hitting targets. Iran releases footage of the movement in Israeli Hermes drone was shot down in the Khurramabad area. Iran claims complete control of the Strait of Hormuz. Iran says that it struck 10 oil tankers for ignoring warnings at the Strait of Hormuz. Explosions rock US Victoria base near Baghdad airport in Iraq after Iranian drone strike. And Trump threatens to halt trade with Spain over military base access. All right, getting you some updates coming in. Ishita, we're getting some real-time data here, as this is the Strait of Hormuz. So we have the movement data from the Strait of Hormuz. Already, Iran has closed this strait and they have given big warnings. They've said whoever tries to cross this strait will be attacked.
Right, of course, Shivangi, we are getting some real-time vessel movement data regarding the Strait of Hormuz. It is an economic corridor. About 1/5 of the global energy supplies passes through that strait, and today it stands blocked. It has become a no-go zone. And what we're looking at is Iran issuing warning, in fact, to any ship, any oil tanker that tries to cross the strait will be attacked. We already see that 10 oil tankers were attacked today by Iran, and essentially turning the Strait of Hormuz into a war zone. We're getting you visuals, in fact, viewers, of those attacks taking place on oil tankers. And we also have data. Republic here has accessed real-time vessel movement data of Strait of Hormuz.
That's right. Putting on those pictures which are coming out. This is real-time Strait of Hormuz data. Huge vessel lineup due to the war. And the Strait of Hormuz has also been deserted due to the war. Video shows vessels which are avoiding passage. They are avoiding getting into the choke point there, Ishita. This is a real-time data we are getting. Real-time traffic data shows Strait of Hormuz as a no-go zone. All right, let's go straight to our guest who's joining us. We have Mr. Paul, Senior Fellow and former President of the Middle East Institute. Thank you for joining us here, Mr. Paul. You're an expert in the Middle East affairs. How do you see the Gulf countries attacked by Israel responding to the strikes?
Well, this came as quite a shock to the Arab Gulf countries, the countries on the Arab side of the Gulf. They had hoped to stay neutral in this war, and they had closed, some of them had closed their airspace and bases against usage by the Americans and the Israelis, but they have found themselves certainly targeted by the Iranians, even some of those who have been very involved in the mediation, like Oman itself. The UAE has been the hardest hit, but also Bahrain as well, and Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and as I mentioned, Oman. This is a big hit to their economic model. They've always claimed to be very safe and away from the instability of the Middle East, so this is very difficult for them. They had invested in a lot of aerial defense military equipment that helped them defend against most of these strikes, but some of these missile and drone strikes did get through. There's conflicting reports and whether they are considering to join the war. Probably not. They probably do not want to escalate further against Iran. And some of them are probably lobbying the Trump administration to try to end this war sooner rather than later.
Right. Mr. Paul, I want to ask you, you're present in Beirut. We're looking at Israel hitting Hezbollah targets across Lebanon. Ground offensive has also begun. What is Israel's game plan regarding Hezbollah and Lebanon?
Well, Lebanon had hoped, again, to stay out of this fight, and the Lebanese government had made it very clear that nobody should join this fight. But Hezbollah, which has recently been directly controlled by the Iranian Revolutionary Guards, was given orders to open fire on Israel a few days ago, and Israel, in response, has launched a set of assassinations and airstrikes, and also is commencing a ground invasion. Its goals in Lebanon are to try to devastate, decimate, destroy Hezbollah as much as it can. And it looks like also it is reoccupying a buffer zone in South Lebanon, which is close to the northern Israeli border. So that seems to be what's happening, and Hezbollah continues to lob missiles on Israel. Not too much strategic effect, but they're still doing that. Sadly, the price has been paid by the people of the south, most of them generally supporters of the Hezbollah group, but now displaced again by the hundreds of thousands and having to find shelter wherever they can.
Mr. Paul, I really request you to hold on there. We're getting some breaking news. I'll just put attention to the breaking news we're getting for our viewers. And let's go to the breaking news. The Israeli army has concluded a broad wave of attacks against regime targets across Iran. A storage site for the Qadir missiles in Isfahan was targeted. So big breaking news coming in here on Republic TV. And latest, as it's a fifth day of the escalation. Fifth day of the escalation. Israeli army has concluded a broad wave of attacks against regime targets across Iran, and a storage site of missiles in Isfahan has been targeted. Putting on those pictures coming in for you. Israel continues its targeted strikes across Iran. I really want to get our guest back, Mr. Paul, back with us. Mr. Paul, as we show our pictures, the pictures that Republic is getting of the strikes in Iran, the Israeli strikes in Iran. Let's talk about Iran's proxy, Hezbollah. Now, Hezbollah is being targeted by Israel, specifically in Beirut. southern Beirut, to be more specific. Has the Hezbollah leadership been cornered? Are they eliminated? Because they seem to be fighting back.
Well, much of the Hezbollah leadership was killed a year and a half ago when Israel launched a major offensive against Hezbollah. There wasn't much left of the senior Hezbollah leadership. And since then, it's really been the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and their officers that have been managing and running Hezbollah directly in Lebanon. And the decision to open this front from Lebanon did come from Tehran. Hezbollah still has some capacities in Lebanon to launch missiles. They are not having much of a strategic effect, but from the perspective of Iran, it does pin down some Israeli forces, some Israeli aircraft, some Israeli attention that now has to be devoted to Lebanon. They're hoping that will relieve at least a little bit of pressure from the attacks that are happening on Iran directly. But Hezbollah originally was supposed to be a deterrent for Israel so that Israel would not attack Iran directly. We are way beyond that. Hezbollah can no longer serve a real strategic purpose.
Right. Mr. Paul, shifting your attention to another flashpoint in this war, that's the Strait of Hormuz. Now, Iranians are blocking this strait, and there's certainly repercussions on energy supplies worldwide. How do you look at that impact? And also, can there be a solution for the countries that depend entirely on that strait?
Well, certainly there's been, the strait has basically come to a halt since the first hours of this war broke out 5 days ago. So this is nothing new. The insurance companies and the private companies that transport oil through the Straits of Hormuz certainly do not want to take the risk of trying to sail through. Now, the oil markets are a little bit soft globally. Already, however, there's been a rise in the price of oil, not dramatic. The real question is how long will this blockage last? I think global markets, while prices are rising, can manage a blockage of 2-3 weeks. Yes, there will be pressures on inflation, pressures on energy prices, but maybe not very dramatic. But if this extends beyond a month to 2 months or 3, then I think the impact on oil prices will be very dramatic. It might lead to a global economic recession, and certainly will be a crisis point for many countries that are particularly dependent on energy flowing through that choke point. As you mentioned, there's about 15% of global oil that goes through there, and about 20% of global liquefied natural gas.
Okay, Mr. Paul, I really request you to hold on. We're getting some more breaking news, live coverage here. So we're getting some breaking news. A Canadian Prime Minister has spoken out, and Canadian Prime Minister Carney says Iran conflict is a failure of the international order. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney said that the ongoing conflict in the Middle East was a failure of the international order, and the US had not consulted its allies before striking Iran. The current conflict is another example of the failure of the international order despite decades of UN Security Council resolutions, the work of the International Atomic Energy Agency in a succession of sanctions and diplomatic frameworks. Carney has said this. So one reaction which is coming in there, very similar to what the Spanish premier had said. Let's bring in Mr. Paul back here. A lot of these countries, Canada, Spain, in fact, EU, they said that this is a failure of international law. This has been the stand of these nations. Your response?
Yeah, well, it's reminiscent of the events that led to the U.S. invasion of Iraq in 2003, which also did not go through the United Nations and was condemned by many European countries. I forget exactly what the Canadian position was. We are once again in a situation where the U.S., in coordination in this case with Israel, is operating certainly outside of the bounds of the United Nations and international law. The Trump administration has made it very clear that they don't consider themselves bound by the UN or the Security Council or international law. We saw that already in the operations in Venezuela, and certainly we see it in the operations against Iran. I would say, what we're seeing now maybe is a failure to properly manage the diplomacy that was ongoing between the U.S. and Iran. There were talks. The Omani mediator said a few hours before the war erupted that a lot of progress had been made. Now, exactly who's to blame that there was not enough progress? The Trump administration's demands were clear, but were very maximalist. Iran was not willing to meet them, but there was a negotiation, and sadly, we rushed into war rather than trying mediation to the very end.
Right. Mr. Paul, I want to ask you, but how is this faring for US President Donald Trump? You're looking at European countries only participating in defensive mode. You have Spain and now Canada as well coming out and saying that this is a failure of international order and essentially blaming US for not consulting its allies before this strike.
Well, that's certainly the case. As you know, the relations between the Trump administration and most of its NATO allies actually have been very strained over Ukraine, over Greenland, as you recall, just a couple of months ago. So this is not new, but I think a lot will depend on the outcome of this war. Keep in mind that Iran has been supporting the Russian invasion of Ukraine, has been providing drones in particular to bolster the Russian military effort in Ukraine. The European countries consider Iran to have already interfered in a war inside Europe against the countries of Europe in support of Russia. So if the war ends with a defeat of the Islamic Republic, I don't think many in Europe will be unhappy about that. I don't think many people in the Middle East will be unhappy about that. But right now, the war has not reached a conclusion. It is simply causing massive disruption. There's already a lot of inflation in Europe because of the rise in liquefied natural gas prices. So right now, it's a crisis that is affecting Europe and affecting the global economy in a negative way. But it depends how this war ends. Then the different countries will take a position vis-a-vis the outcome. And it's too early to say what the outcome will be.
All right, Mr. Paul, I really requested to hold on because we're getting some more breaking news coming in. Let's go to the next set of breaking updates we're getting for our viewers. It's a missile perspective footage of the IDF. Israeli Air Force precisely dismantling a defense system in Tehran. During Operation Roaring Lion, the Israeli Air Force targeted dozens of Iranian defense systems, expanding the IDF's aerial superiority throughout Iran. Attached to the footage from the perspective of the missile of a strike of the regime's defense systems in Tehran to eliminate threats in the skies of Tehran, IDF has released this video of dismantling defense system in Tehran. Let's put out that video. Okay, you see it on your screen. And they're dismantling defense systems in Tehran. So targeting a lot of the military sites in Tehran and in Iran. I want to go back to our guest, Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, we know that IRGC's military sites have been targeted, both by Israel, like we are seeing there, and by the United States. But it looks like they're ready to fight. They're fighting. IRGC looks like they want to preserve their sovereignty.
Well, certainly, I mean, the war has settled into a phase of trying to figure out whose stockpile of weapons will last longer. The Iranians, obviously, as this video shows, and as the last days have demonstrated, the Israelis and the Americans have been going after Iran's ability to launch missiles and its ability to launch drones. But Iran has continued to be able on a daily basis to launch missiles and drones in a way that's extremely punishing to the Gulf countries. It's closed the Straits of Hormuz. It's hit a lot of American bases, killed a number of Americans, and continues to hit Israel. At the same time, on the Israeli and American and Arab Gulf side, they are expending a lot of munitions in their aerial defense rockets and capacities to defend themselves against the Iranian missiles and drones. The question is, who will run out first? Will the Iranians run out of the capacity to launch missiles and drones? Or will the Arab countries, the US and Israel, run out of stockpiles to defend themselves from incoming missiles and drones? That's really right now where the war is. And that will be determined in the next few days to see who has the upper hand.
So, Mr. Paul, we'll have to see how this conflict goes forward, which side, in fact, this is going to turn out. And now, Mr. Paul, I request you to stay on with us. We've got some reports coming to light. Shivangi, take us through the latest reports.
Yeah, we're getting some more reports for our viewers. Iran's Assembly of Experts is under pressure to elect Ali Khamenei's son, Mojtaba Khamenei, as the next supreme leader. Now, this comes after Iran's former supreme leader Ayatollah Khamenei was killed 4 days ago in the joint US-Israel airstrikes in Tehran. Sources say IRGC is insisting on a swift appointment of the next leader amid the ensuing war. Official announcements are expected soon. Here's more.
Mojtaba Khamenei, son of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, has declared himself as Iran's new supreme leader following the death of his father. This comes as the US and Israel strikes against Iran have turned West Asia into a war zone. Iran's counterattacks have intensified in the region with several US military bases targeted. Iran has closed the Strait of Hormuz and halted the transit of ships in the region. France, UK and Greece have joined the war by sending choppers, drones and anti-missile systems. The death of Ayatollah Khamenei has thrown a leadership vacuum. Filling the vacuum, Mojtaba has now declared himself as the new supreme leader. Despite his lack of political experience, he wields strong influence over the IRGC. Mojtaba was first believed to have been killed among the top 40 Iranian leaders during the Saturday strike, but he survived and is now ready to lead Iran. He now takes charge of a country that has strongly vowed to avenge his father.
All right, viewers, we're getting some more developments from the war zone areas with both the sides not backing off. IRGC has now released a footage of Israeli Hermes drones being downed in Al-Broz province. Those are the latest visuals we're getting to you, viewers. We'll come back to those visuals in a short while, but that's the latest. Israeli drones are now being downed by IRGC. They've now released a footage of how the Hermes drone was in fact shot down by IRGC. This took place in Al-Broz province of Iran. So, Shivangi, it seems that, despite the aggression shown by Israel and the US, Iran here is not backing off, continuously engaging in counterattacks on both the sides. It is firing missiles and at the same time shooting down Israeli drones.
That's right. Iran's foreign minister has also said that Tehran is determined to defend itself, confront what he termed was US-Israeli aggression. I want to go back to, I guess, Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, we got a statement coming in from the Iran foreign minister, and he's saying very, very clearly that we have never initiated any war, have not attacked any neighboring country. However, under the UN Charter, self-defense is an inherent right. Iran's response is strictly directed at bases from which actions have been carried out against our territory. So they're very, very keen on making sure that they defend themselves. They're calling it self-defense. And they're saying that this is a spiteful attack by President Trump.
Well, certainly they have the right to self-defense, and that's what justified their attacks on Israel in the war last year, and would justify their attacks on U.S. bases in the region, and they've said that openly. But there was no justification that, in that sense, none of the Gulf countries or Jordan attacked Iran. To the contrary, they were very much neutral in this fight, and yet Israel has launched hundreds of missiles and drones against all of these Gulf countries. These Gulf countries have denounced this aggression from Iran. They were not part of an Israeli-American attack on Iran. So that is a major problem. I do want to comment on the very important news, whether it's confirmed, we will see in the next hours, that perhaps Mr. Mojtaba Khamenei is to be the next supreme leader of Iran. That would be a very, very significant development. His name was in the running for a long time in the last years as maybe a potential successor to Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who has now been killed. The IRGC was already the strongest player in the Islamic Republic and now will be increasingly so, calling the main shots, and Mujtaba Khamenei appears to be their candidate. As for the war itself, certainly Iran is pulling out all the stops and is fighting on all fronts and still able to pack a very significant punch. We don't know exactly how the war will end, but either way, for the next leader of Iran, once this war ends, that leader will be faced with a huge set of enormous challenges. The economy already, the country, even before this war erupted, was in very, very poor shape. The majority of Iranians are opposed to the regime. The economy is in a very, very bad state. The security situation, as you can see, is terrible. And for a younger leader like Mujtaba Khamenei to come in and want to plan a strategic course for Iran over the next 20, 30 years, certainly they're going to have to make a lot of major strategic decisions for the country. They cannot maintain this posture of open-ended war for much longer.
Right, Mr. Paul, it's going to be a tough road ahead for Mujtaba Khamenei, who takes over after his father was killed in a US-Israeli operation. Thank you, Mr. Paul, for joining us live from Beirut, giving us all your perspective on these developments coming to light from war zone areas. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Mr. Paul, there. And we have a report coming in from Dubai. Dubai, one of the most international cities in the Gulf region, was under attack from Iranian drones and missiles. How is the situation now? Our reporter Wang Zheng finds out.
Currently, I'm in Dubai, and we are going to the airport and see if other things are still going on in normal in Dubai. There has been sounds of blast in UAE for the past few days, but there's no sound of blast this morning. Now we are driving on Sheikh Zayed Road heading to the airport. You can see there's much less traffic than normal. Usually it takes about 40 to 45 minutes to travel from Dubai Marina to the airport, but today, as we can see now, it only took about 20 minutes. We are entering departures of Terminal 3 of Dubai International Airport, and there's no display on arrivals information. This is a baggage claim where travelers usually come and pick up their luggages. You can see currently it's empty. And for departures, there's only one screen available, and many flights are cancelled. The baggage wrapping services is closed currently. You can see there's currently no one at the duty refund station. You can see there are some travelers waiting in the waiting area. Maybe they're hoping to catch on a flight leaving UAE. Are you leaving?
I'm leaving. I'm going back to India. Yeah, I'm very excited. Yes.
So you came here for traveling, or?
Yeah, I came as a tourist, and
you arrived?
I arrived a week ago.
Yeah.
I should have left on Sunday, but I'm leaving on Tuesday today, 2 days later.
But there are tourists still stranded in Dubai.
I bought one a month ago, but the plane that should fly now is cancelled, and I cannot fly away.
We just left Dubai International Airport on our way to Dubai Mall. We have arrived at the parking lot of Dubai Mall. You can see there are still many parking spaces. It's about 4 p.m. in the afternoon, Tuesday afternoon, and I have arrived at the Dubai Mall, the world's largest mall, and you can probably see the visitors. There are still visitors, but the number is, I think, it's much less than previous. The Apple store in Dubai Mall, overlooking the Dubai Fountain, is closed. Despite the situation, there are people who say they still would love to stay in Dubai.
Yeah, I will stay in Dubai. I'll stay in Dubai.
After today's visit, it gives me a feeling that life goes on here in Dubai. But for some visitors, they still need to go back home.
All right, taking a short break, viewers. We will continue our live coverage. Ishrita, what do we have on the other side?
Right, of course. On the other side, we get you all the developments coming to light from West Asia as Iran declares Strait of Hormuz becomes a war zone.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है?
अरे मेरे राजा
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
MDH
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School Bengaluru.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
IRGC launches 17th wave of strikes against US-Israeli targets. Fresh visuals show Iranian missile dodging the US-Israeli defense system and hitting targets. Iran releases footage of the moment an Israeli Army's drone was shot down in Khurramabad. Iran claims complete control of Strait of Hormuz. Declaring a Strait of Hormuz a war zone, Iran strikes over 10 oil tankers. Explosions rock a US Victoria base near Baghdad airport in Iraq after Iranian drone strike.
Some of the European, like Spain, has been terrible. In fact, I told Scott to cut off all dealings with Spain. Spain, first of all.
Donald Trump threatens to halt trade with Spain over military base access. All right, viewers, our top focus at this hour. Media reports are now claiming that Saudi's Aramco facility has been struck again, and this time by unknown projectile. The projectile hit Saudi's Aramco refinery. It has been reported that a projectile hit Saudi's Aramco refinery, the biggest domestic oil refinery operated by Saudi Aramco. Now, Saudi's defense ministry spokesperson has said that initial assessments of the attack on the refinery indicate that it was carried out by a drone and caused no damage. So that's the big takeaway. The latest attack on Saudi's Aramco refinery was carried out by a drone, but no damage has been reported, is what Saudi's minister is now saying. In fact, regarding the latest attack, it's the defense ministry spokesperson who has now highlighted that no damage has been reported. It's the biggest oil refinery in the region, and it has been coming under attacks by Iranian attacks ever since the war started. Remember, Iran here has been weaponizing energy, hitting energy targets, energy infrastructure all across Gulf nations, and Saudi's Aramco factory had come under attack earlier as well, and this time, in fact, again by a drone, but no damage has been reported. Now, viewers, another development coming to light. South African Cyril Ramaphosa, president, has now issued a statement regarding the tensions between Iran and Israel and the war in West Asia. He says what is currently happening in the Middle East is very concerning. I have spoken to some heads of the state in the region to pass our commiserations and urge them to prioritize the safety of all civilians. South Africa here has issued a clear statement calling for a ceasefire, saying that dialogue is always the best way to end conflict. South Africa also now issuing a statement regarding the war in West Asia, saying that all the developments coming to light are very concerning. We must ensure the safety of civilians in these war zone areas. President Cyril Ramaphosa clearly emphasizing that a ceasefire must take place and dialogue is the way forward. That's the statement coming in from South African President Cyril Ramaphosa, viewers. All right, that's the statement made by South Africa regarding the tensions in West Asia, regarding the war that's now unfolding between US, Israel allies on one side and Iran on the other. South Africa says a dialogue is the way forward and must ensure the safety of civilians present in these war zone countries. That's what the South African president has now said as tensions continue to escalate in West Asia. The war underway between Iran and Israel and the US. We've seen it's a day 5. There has no pause of hostilities. In fact, Ariela Rosenthal, Director of International Relations, Ashdod Municipality, joins us live from Ashdod. Thank you, Ariela, for joining us from Israel. I want to ask you, first of all, Iran has been hitting targets all across Israel, also targeting civilian areas. So with regard to the security situation, what is the atmosphere in the country right now?
Well, regarding the US and Israel, Iran continues to trigger retaliation strikes on Israel and the neighboring Gulf states, and plunging, of course, the region into fear and uncertainty. Israel is striking Lebanon and targeting the Iran-backed militant group of the Hezbollah and issuing evacuation orders for dozens of villages, since the Hezbollah, directed by Iran, is a very strong proxy of Iran and now continue to fire on Israel. Yesterday and today we had several alerts and missile bombardments from Iran, but the state of Israel and its citizens are very well drilled with emergency, and thank God that only property and a few injuries have been faced and there's no fatalities.
Right, of course, Ariela, we're looking at another front for Israel opening up with Hezbollah also continuing their attacks. You know, we've seen IDF starting its ground invasion as well into Lebanon. What is Israel's game plan when it comes to the threat coming from Hezbollah in Lebanon?
Well, the Hezbollah, like the Hamas and the Houthis, are a proxy of Iran. And Israel, since the last war, has informed them that that they should not intervene and they should stop, implementing their terroristic attacks on Israel. So the IDF has, of course, announced also that they've prepared already in ahead of time a program how to deal with the Hezbollah and the violation of the agreement. And now, as we see that they are backing the proxy of Iran and the terroristic regimes, so Israel, of course, is with full force. And I'm happy to hear for the first time, of course, that the Lebanese government condemned and banned the Hezbollah's military action against Israel. So the IDF, the state of Israel, and we, the people of Israel, are backing our government and all that have to do with the Hezbollah to eliminate the immediate threat on the state of Israel.
Right. Ariela, do continue to stay with us on broadcast. Right now, we're getting some live visuals. This is live coverage. Some more live visuals are coming in regarding Cyprus and the Iran war. We're getting some visuals from Limassol port. Remember, Cyprus has come under attacks. British runaways were attacked by Iranian strikes, and now we're looking at some action unfolding on the island as well. These are live shots of Hellenic FDI HN frigate from Limassol port. All right, in fact, it's a French frigate which has now been sent to Cyprus. Remember, more and more European countries are also getting pulled into this West Asia war. This is after Iran conducted attacks on Cyprus. Now, Iran's warship, the frigate, in fact, has arrived on the island. And we're getting you live visuals. Viewers on Republic, we're breaking developments in a West Asian war as they happen. And these are live visuals coming to light. French in fact, a frigate on your screen right now in Cyprus. This is after Iran conducted several attacks on British runaways on the island, in fact, viewers. All right, Ariella continues to stay with me, in fact, from Ashdod, Israel. Ariella, coming back to you, what we're looking at essentially is the widening of the conflict. First, the Gulf countries were pulled in due to the attacks by Iran, and now we're also looking at European countries actively participating in this war. How do you see this going forward?
Well, unfortunately, all what now they said for over 20 years, regarding the terrorist regime of Iran, that what will happen if they will have ballistic missiles and nuclear weapons. It's, unfortunately, we see today that all what Israel has sent along the years, and nobody wanted to hear us or hear what the country conveyed, finally see that it's true. So, you know, if they have now ballistic missiles that reach the Cyprus, what do you think will be in the near future? They won't have, in a year, 2 years, new nuclear weapons, further anti-Pacific missiles that will reach Spain, France, and the US. So I'm happy that we have now had to eliminate this immediate threat that for years the state of Israel has told the security, the UN, and all the global community, but nobody wanted to listen or choose to understand the situation. Now, people that live in the Gulf states, that live in the region, understand what Israel has been going through via the proxies for more than 20 years. If it was the Hamas, if it was the Hezbollah, the Houthi. So, unfortunately, this is the importance of eliminating the regime from Tehran, the terrorist regime that has claws in all the global world.
Right, of course. Ariel, I'll come back to you on these more developments, but stay with us. We've got some live reports also coming to light from war zone areas. I'll come back to you on that. Now, viewers, US President Donald Trump has lashed out against Spain and said that he informed the US Secretary of Treasury to cut all the dealings with the country. And this comes after the Spanish defense minister refused to allow US air operations on Iran from Spanish military bases. More in this report.
The United States is leaving no stone unturned in its efforts to decimate the Iranian regime. US President Donald Trump has stated that the war will go on for 4 to 5 weeks and, if required, even longer.
We have the strongest and most powerful by far military in the world, and we will easily prevail. We're already substantially ahead of our time projections, but whatever the time is, it's okay. Whatever it takes, we will always, and we have right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that.
Multiple European countries have decided to send their fighter jets and ships to aid in efforts. The United Kingdom has deployed choppers and counter-drone ops along with HMS Dragon. Meanwhile, France is deploying anti-missile and drone systems along with warships. Greece too is sending 2 frigates, anti-drone systems and 2 F-16 fighter jets, while Germany has allowed the US to operate from some of its bases. Spain, however, refuses to allow the US from operating out of its air bases.
Rotundamente, en las bases que hay en Morón y en Rota no se ha dado ningún tipo de asistencia, ninguno, absolutamente ninguno, a esta actuación, a estos ataques que se están realizando. Las bases, es verdad que hay un convenio con Estados Unidos, pero nosotros entendemos que ese convenio tiene que operar dentro del marco de una legalidad internacional, de que haya un amparo internacional del ámbito que sea, para que se pueda realizar esas actuaciones. En este momento, la operación que están realizando los ejércitos de Israel y de Estados Unidos están actuando unilateralmente, sin un apoyo de una resolución internacional, y por tanto no están utilizando esas bases.
As a result, US President Donald Trump has threatened to cut off all trade with the country.
Spain has been terrible. In fact, I told Scott to cut off all dealings with Spain. Spain, first of all, it started when every European nation, at my request, paid 5%, which they should be doing. And everybody was enthusiastic about it, Germany, everybody, and Spain didn't do it.
Spain has condemned the United States and Israel's actions as a breach of international law, reflecting the divide between the NATO nations over the conflict.
All right, viewers, we've got another breaking news coming to light. A Russian-flagged sanctioned LNG oil tanker has now been fired on in the Mediterranean. This is according to our sources. Crew located in the lifeboat of the Libya. In fact, the Russian-flagged liquefied natural gas tanker Arctic Metagas is on fire, is what we understand in the Mediterranean. Maritime security sources have now revealed, while Malta's armed forces say that the vessel's crew had been located safe in a lifeboat within Libya's search and rescue operations. The vessel, which is under US and UK sanctions, last reported its position as a sailing off on the coast of Malta on Monday, according to ship tracking data on the platform. Now, the vessel may have been attacked by a naval drone, with Ukraine suspected of carrying out this operation. One of the sources also say that without providing evidence, Malta's armed forces say that they had received a distress message from this vessel. In fact, visuals on your screen, a Russian tanker has been attacked, is what we're given to understand. Those are the visuals on your screen. Viewers, Ariala, coming back to you, you said, you're happy that more and more European countries and, allies are coming in this fight against Iran. But Iran certainly is not backing off. It is firing missiles continuously. It is engaging with Israeli drones, the US attacks as well. And with the kind of stockpile it has of, drones, missiles, how do you see this going forward?
I think this is a survival for the Ayatollah regime. So they're doing, whatever they can to continue their regime. But they should not, Israel and the U.S., as you see, unfortunately, have the best, military in the world. So I have lots of faith in my countries. We have the best IDF, and we can see on ground exactly what Israel is doing. Yes, throughout the years, even since the 12-day war last year with Iran, they continued their nuclear project. So what we must sit and wait for this ongoing threat to the survival state of Israel. So unfortunately, it's not a war that we want. Israel does not seek war. We do seek peace, as we did with the Abraham Accords and further peace agreements that we had with other countries in the last years. So Israel, it's a true threatening on our country and on our people. So the same on the U.S. So they have to do all that they must do in order to stop this regime.
Right. So what you're saying is that it's a survival battle for Iran at this point. Ariel, I'll come back to you. Some more breaking developments coming to light from war zone areas. British Navy here has confirmed explosion on an oil tanker near United Arab Emirates. Debris from an unknown projectile was found on the deck. In fact, the U.S. Navy, it seems, has now confirmed an explosion on an oil tanker near UAE, which means British assets are also coming under attack by Iran. This time it's the Navy, the Royal Navy, in fact, which has confirmed the explosion on an oil tanker near UAE. Coming back to you, Ariella, on this. In fact, Ariella, I'll come back to you, but we also have some reports coming to light from Tehran. Let's take a look at this ground report that tells us how the war is unfolding in the capital of Iran.
It's almost 6 p.m. here in Tehran. I just came out to buy some medicine for my mother. Then I saw a smoke plume in west of Tehran, and I was just 2 kilometers away from my house. So I came here, and as you see behind me, it's one of the biggest smoke plumes I've seen. Recently, I don't know what has been exploded, what has been targeted, but it's a big one, and it's been like that in the past 45 minutes. So Tehran has been also attacked by US and Israel today, like the previous days. And of course, there are some reports that the attacks will intensify in the coming hours.
All right, another breaking development coming to light. Finland has now condemned the attack on UAE. Finland President Alexander says today, I spoke with Her Highness Sheikh Mohammed and I've offered my deepest condolences on the casualties and the destruction of the assets of the UAE, and its people have suffered under Iran's strikes. Finland here has come out with a strong statement of viewers condemning Iran's strikes, calling them that they cannot be justified. They are indiscriminate strikes on UAE and the whole region. They're firmly placed their stand, saying that we stand with our friends. We've also discussed the situation of Finnish nationals in United Arab Emirates. Our officials are coordinating closely. That's the statement coming in from the Finland president regarding Iran's attack on UAE, giving the support to the Gulf nation while also condemning the indiscriminate strikes by Iran. Now, Ariella, Rosenthal continues to stay with us on broadcast. Ariella, coming back to you now, what we're looking at is more and more countries being pulled into this war. But I want to ask you about Israel and the US's stated objective of this operation. Now, the first stated objective was to have a regime change in Iran. But now we're looking at the son of Khamenei emerging as the supreme leader in the country, which means certainly not a regime change.
Yes, so one of the aims of the war were not only, from my perspective, the elimination of the nuclear weapons and the ballistic missiles, but also the change of Tehran's regime. I must say that Netanyahu has said a couple of times that the aim and the goal of the war is not against the people of Iran, but to give them the maneuver now to take in chance and change and, uprise. But at the moment, also President Trump said, along with that the people of Iran must now sit and wait aside, and he will give them the signal when to begin the uprising, because it's very dangerous. So we will wait and see what will happen. But at the end of the day, it's very important us to remember that the state of Israel and the US are only targeting military plants and not civilians, unlike Iran, who is launching bombastic and ballistic missiles not only on military targets but also on civilians. And that's what they are doing also in the Gulf and in other parts of the world.
All right, Ariella, thank you so much for joining us from Israel, giving us live updates of the situation on the ground and also the other developments coming to light from West Asia. Thank you so much. Now we are shifting focus. The US President Donald Trump has lashed out against Spain and said that he informed the US Secretary of Treasury to cut all the dealings with the country. And this comes after the Spanish defense minister refused to allow US air operations on Iran from Spanish military bases. More in this report. Take a look.
The United States is leaving no stone unturned in its efforts to decimate the Iranian regime. US President Donald Trump has stated that the war will go on for 4 to 5 weeks and, if required, even longer.
We have the strongest and most powerful by far military in the world, and we will easily prevail. We're already substantially ahead of our time projections, but whatever the time is, it's okay. Whatever it takes, we will always, and we have right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that.
Multiple European countries have decided to send their fighter jets and ships to aid in efforts. The United Kingdom has deployed choppers and counter-drone ops along with HMS Dragon. Meanwhile, France is deploying anti-missile and drone systems along with warships. Greece too is sending 2 frigates, anti-drone systems and 2 F-16 fighter jets, while Germany has allowed the US to operate from some of its bases. Spain, however, refuses to allow the US from operating out of its air bases.
Rotundamente, en las bases que hay en Morón y en Rota no se ha dado ningún tipo de asistencia, ninguno, absolutamente ninguno, a esta actuación, a estos ataques que se están realizando. Las bases, es verdad que hay un convenio con Estados Unidos, pero nosotros entendemos que ese convenio tiene que operar dentro del marco de una legalidad internacional, de que haya un amparo internacional del ámbito que sea, para que se pueda realizar esas actuaciones. En este momento, la operación que están realizando los ejércitos de Israel y de Estados Unidos están actuando unilateralmente, sin un apoyo de una resolución internacional, y por tanto no están utilizando esas bases.
As a result, US President Donald Trump has threatened to cut off all trade with the country.
Spain has been terrible. In fact, I told Scott to cut off all dealings with Spain. Spain, first of all, it started when every European nation, at my request, paid 5%, which they should be doing. And everybody was enthusiastic about it, Germany, everybody. And Spain didn't do it.
Spain has condemned the United States and Israel's actions as a breach of international law, reflecting the divide between the NATO nations over the conflict.
Now, viewers, on the other side, the war in West Asia escalates. Iran declares the Strait of Hormuz a war zone, and Israel continues its strikes on Lebanese capital.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Rakshita Mishra from the studios here, and my colleague Ishita continues to join on the broadcast, and we will be bringing you each and every update on the war in West Asia, from the scenes of destruction in Iran and beyond. Also, the update on the newly appointed Supreme Leader of Iran. We'll get you everything, but first, a quick check of the headlines.
IRGC launches 17th wave of strikes against US-Israeli targets. Fresh visuals show Iranian missile dodging US-Israeli air defense system and hitting targets. Iran releases footage of the moment an Israeli Hermes drone was shot down in Khurramabad. Iran claims complete control of the Strait of Hormuz after claiming to strike 10 oil tankers for ignoring warnings. Explosions rock a US Victoria base near Baghdad airport in Iraq after Iranian drone strike.
Some of the European, like Spain, has been terrible. In fact, I told Scott to cut off all dealings with Spain. Spain, first of all.
Donald Trump threatens to halt trade with Spain over military base access.
And we have some breaking news coming in right now from Iran. Israel has struck the Urmia University now in Iran, as we bring you the visuals of the aftermath of that Israeli strike on the university. This is the visual that we are going to play out on the airstrikes. These are fresh airstrikes from Israel by Israel on Iran. And this is the video of the aftermath. You can see this building. This is a university, the Urmia University, that has been completely demolished in the Israeli airstrikes. And this is in the West Azerbaijan province of Iran, and this is called the Urmia University. In fact, this is West Azerbaijan. It's called Azerbaijan province, and this is it's a very, very old building. It's a very, very old university, and it has been now targeted. In fact, we will be bringing you more updates on the other areas, the locations that have been hit in Israeli strikes. And in fact, we have some more breaking news coming in, Ishita. The reports of Iran's Assembly of Experts now completing its
And of course, there's a report about Iran's Assembly of Experts, which has completed its vote. The name of the new supreme leader, in fact, will be announced in the coming hours. Rakshita, is what we're given to understand. That's the latest coming in regarding the new leader. Now, that's the first announcement that has been made regarding Iran's new leader who takes over after Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was killed in the operation. So this is certainly looking at Iran now getting a top leadership after there was a vacuum. Rakshita.
Absolutely. The name of the new leader will be announced. What we are hearing is that the second eldest son of Ayatollah Khamenei, the slain leader, Mujtaba Khamenei, could be taking over. In fact, this could be just an official announcement, what we understand from Iran as far as the new supreme leader is concerned. He's a son of Ayatollah Khamenei, and Mujtaba is also a middle senior level cleric also in Iran. And the Assembly of Experts will be joining us. Okay, we have James Marlowe, who is joining us. He's an international affairs and defense analyst, and he's live from London. Mr. Marlowe, you think that the United States and Israel somewhere have miscalculated? Do they have a plan in place for who's going to really run Iran? What's going to happen? Because clearly we see right now it's likely that Mujtaba Khamenei will be taking over. He's the second eldest son of the slain leader Ayatollah Khamenei. It somewhere gives even more legitimacy to the rule of Khamenei.
Well, I hope he has a lot of life insurance, I can tell you that. To answer your question, no, I don't think that this was a miscalculation on behalf of the United States and Israel. The Israelis and the Americans believed that the Iranians were lying, that they actually were building nuclear weapons. I just heard a short time ago the the International Atomic Energy Agency, actually were blocked from going into seeing some of their plants, as we had said about 10 years ago during that awful JCPOA agreement under President Obama in 2015. I'm now hearing as well that as I just looked to actually, I should just tell you, I don't know where this is coming from, but I've been notified about this. At least 101 are missing after a submarine attack on an Iranian ship which is off the coast of Sri Lanka. If that's true, that would be the fourth warship sunk by a submarine since World War II. So that's very interesting. But getting back to the point, the Israelis and the Americans really believed, very much so, that they were on nuclear weapons, that they were going towards that. And I have to tell you that an astonishing interview that came out from Steve Witkoff, which was done to Fox News, I believe, early yesterday morning. And I'm going to quote this because I just found it fascinating. Steve Witkoff actually said this. When they went into the negotiations, which was, if you remember, in Oman, that was the first round of negotiations, and they sat down, the first thing that the actual Iranians said to the American delegation, which was Witkoff and which was Jared Kushner, the son-in-law of the president, of course, that we control 460 kilograms, which is of 60%, meaning enriched uranium, and that will be enough for us to build 11 nuclear bombs. That was their opening statement, according to Steve Witkoff. He relayed that to Donald Trump. Donald Trump believed that there was going to be a preemptive strike on American bases, and therefore that's the reason why the Israelis and the United States made a preemptive strike on Iran itself. Now, Iran has hit out, which is quite a surprise, to at least 10 countries within the region, including Cyprus and Gulf states. They're specifically going after the tourist spots in the Gulf states, which is scaring a huge amount of European and other travelers because they have never experienced something like this before. They're hearing the air raid shelters. They're actually getting notifications on their phones. And at the same time, they're also hearing explosions as some of these air defense systems are shooting down these explosions. Now, they're getting a taste, and of course, I'm not wishing this upon anyone, but they're getting a taste of exactly what Israelis have gone through for the last 20 years or so. And this has now been widened as a result of Iran and its regime.
Right. Mr. Malo, I'll request you to stay on with us on this broadcast. We're getting some exclusive reports. This is a live coverage of the war zone areas. We're getting some reports from Kuwait showing the skyline. The report here showcases the present situation of Kuwait. Remember, Gulf countries are also coming under attack, continuous attacks by Iran. And this is the skyline of Kuwait. In fact, showing you the attacks being carried out by Iran, relentless attacks. This is the skyline coming to light, viewers, from one of the war zone areas. This is Kuwait being hit by Iran as well. And this is what we're looking at, the skyline of Kuwait, one of the war zone areas. On Republic, viewers, we're breaking developments from these areas as they happen. And this is an exclusive report from Kuwait showing the attacks, in fact, being taken by Iran. This is the skyline of Kuwait. It has come under attacks from the Iranian side.
Right. These are the dramatic footages that are coming in from the skyline of Kuwait. As you can see, that someone has shot it from atop a building, from a terrace. And we can actually, if we try and put the audio up, if we can understand what the person is saying.
So whole Kuwait environment is safe and sound. So there is nothing to worry in as far as this issue is concerned. Look, a little bit of aggressive from the last. So Kuwait Airlines, the Kuwait environment is basically safe, sound. There is no issues. All are going work fine. So there is some restrictions on what exactly to be recorded and not to record. But this is for the safety purpose. So all Kuwait is safe. There is nothing to worry. There is nothing to concern. Government is taking all the necessary precautions. They've taken every aspect into the consideration. So whole Kuwait environment is safe and sound. So there is nothing to worry in as far as this issue is concerned. Look, a little bit of aggressive from the Kuwait Airlines. The Kuwait environment is basically safe, sound. There is no issues. All are going work fine. So there is some restrictions on what exactly to be recorded and not to record. But this is for the safety purpose. So all Kuwait is safe. There is nothing to worry. There is nothing to concern. Government is taking all the necessary precautions. They've taken every aspect into the consideration. So whole Kuwait environment is safe and sound. So there is nothing to worry in as far as this issue is concerned. Look, a little bit of aggressive from the last 5 days. There was a couple of reptiles. So Kuwait Airlines, the Kuwait environment is basically safe, sound. There is no issues. All are going work fine.
All right, viewers, we're going back to Mr. Malo, who continues to stay with us, joining us live from London. Mr. Malo, I want to ask you, one of the stated objectives of the US-Israeli operation was to have a regime change in Iran. But with Khamenei's son now set to take over the country, it's certainly not a regime change, but a boost to Khamenei's legacy.
Is that what you think? Really? A boost to his legacy? I mean, he's lost at least 49 of his senior people, generals from the IRGC, senior government people as well. They're frantically trying to find somebody to actually head this current regime that is falling apart. And I think on the ground, you're going to see IRGC people slowly finding a way to move over to the other side, whatever that other side is. Right now, it's just civilians who are unarmed. But I do think that there is and there has been the most enormous intelligence leak coming from the military and the intelligence itself within Iran that has been passed on to the Israelis and maybe also the United States. And those people clearly are those who do not agree with this regime. I mean, surveys go back for years that say anywhere between 80 to 85% of the Iranian people right now, which is anywhere between 91 million, 92 million. Of course, 7 million have left in the last 10 to 15 years and gone to other countries. But 80 to 85% of the Iranian people want to get rid of this brutal, murderous regime. So it's holding on literally by a string. So they've appointed a new leader. How long is he going to last for? I can pretty much guarantee that the Israelis and the United States are probably tracing exactly where he is, and they're going to look to hit it.
Right. The fact that Mujtaba has been a powerful coordinator, in fact, he's also been coordinating between the factions of the IRGC as well, and he's been, behind the scenes man for a long, long time, and his clout had been only expanding, and that's why that question comes in, Mr. Marlow. Now, shifting focus to the impact, the wider impact of this conflict, Mr. Marlow, how do you gauge what's happening to the markets? The markets are in a tizzy. I think that's also an understatement right now. The prices, they're all, of course, have shot up. And the economy also has gone for a toss. What we understand, it will continue to do so. What are the steps that could be taken? Where does Europe also stand in there? Because we do not see any clear stand except the lip service by Europe.
Yeah, I think this was to be expected. Everyone in the region knew that this conflict was going to happen anyway. It seems that somebody forgot to tell the British Prime Minister and the British government. Even the French started to prepare beforehand as well, that the British are quite an embarrassment to the British people, I have to say. But nevertheless, this was expected, and therefore, of course, oil prices were going to go up. Gas prices are going to go up. Eventually, in the coming months, that the Europeans, the British, and other people around the world will feel this. Food prices, of course, are going to go up. But this is what takes place during a conflict or a war such as this. Now it's involving 10 countries. And who knows what else is going to happen? I'll tell you who's probably got a smile on his face right now, and that's Vladimir Putin, because now he feels that the pressure is off him and he can actually upstep his attacks against Ukraine. They're into the 5th year of this particular war. The Chinese are probably rubbing their hands together because they're looking at Taiwan, because if they make a move on Taiwan, nobody's going to stop them because they're going to think that the Americans are focused now on the Middle East. So therefore, of course, when I've been talking about for the last 2 or 3 years that we're living in a very turmoil situation, a very volatile situation around the world. Of course, it has just moved up one more step.
Yeah. Mr. Marlow, just request you to please stay on with that, because we also have a reaction coming in from the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. He's, in fact, spoken to the leaders of the countries that are currently under attack from Iran, the President of UAE and the Emir of Qatar. In fact, Zelensky said that he is ready to offer help if it does not diminish Ukraine's own defense capabilities. Take a listen in.
War in West Asia continues, with strikes being carried out by Iran on various Gulf nations, damaging US military bases across the region, and joint strikes by Israel and United States on Iranian territory. In the middle of all of this, Ukraine is also going through a war for past 4 years with Russia. Now, with this war, this time in West Asia, Zelensky engages with leaders of Qatar and UAE. Zelensky says he's ready to offer any sort of help if it does not diminish Ukraine's own defense capabilities. He says for decades, the Iranian regime invested in destroying lives of its neighbors. Zelensky also says that they became accomplices of Russia in the war against Ukraine. As Iran strikes continue to take place for past many days, Ukraine claims its expertise in countering Shahed drones. Iranian Shahed drones that are now waging the war in West Asia.
All right, viewers, now coming back to you, Mr. Marlow, I want to ask you, Gulf nations have so far exercised restraint. They have been in defensive mode, but with Iran continuing its attacks across the Gulf, are we looking at these countries also shifting into offensive mode in the coming few days?
Yes, I expect that, probably led by Saudi. You're talking about Kuwait, of course, and now Oman has been hit. Qatar, which was a country which differed very much according to their ideology with the other Gulf states, meaning that they were more hardline. They have Hamas leaders very, very happy and content living in palaces inside of Qatar. So they were slightly different from their brothers in Oman and, of course, in the UAE and Bahrain and even Saudi Arabia. but they're now obviously coordinating their next move. At the same time, they weren't expecting this type of drone attack from Iran against the Gulf states and the ballistic missile attacks that their capitals are seeing right now, especially against some tourist spots like the international airport, like hotels, and like other places in Dubai and Abu Dhabi and those places like that. And I think that they're a little bit concerned how much longer that they continue with their air defense systems, because of course they're in the midst of shooting down these ballistic missiles and attack drones, and how many more of these defense systems, missiles, which cost a huge amount of money, do they have in the stockpile? Israel managed to foresee this, and they started working on, about a year ago, a laser system. A laser system, literally, you put a beam up against the missile which is incoming, whether it's from the Houthis or whether it's from Hezbollah or whether it's from Iran, and it shoots it down at a fraction of the cost. In some cases, the Israelis were spending about $50,000 for every one rocket that shoots down one of these missiles. So, of course, this is costing a huge amount of money for these countries as well. And the Gulf states are now deciding what to do about this because it's affecting their economy.
Right, that patience also growing. I think, Mr. Marlow, I'll request you to continue to stay on with us. We've got some report coming to light from war zone areas. Now, our report, in fact, the Chinese media, CGTN, reports visible signs of disruption inside the UAE, the blasts being heard in the recent days, and major public spaces now appearing unusually subdued. Visuals from Dubai show an eerily quiet airport with flights disrupted, tourists stranded. Meanwhile, Jamal Rushdi from the Arab League has now given his thoughts on the war, condemning the violence and calling for an immediate end to the war, saying that the region did not want this escalation. Here's more on the story. Take a look.
It's almost 6 p.m. here in Tehran. I just came out to buy some medicine for my mother. Then I saw a smoke plume in west of Tehran, just 2 kilometers away from my house. So I came here, and as you see behind me, it's one of the biggest smoke plumes I've seen. Listen, I don't know what has been exploded, what has been targeted, but it's a big one, and it's been like that in the past 45 minutes. So Tehran has been also attacked by US and Israel today, like the previous days. And of course, there are some reports that the attacks will intensify in the coming hours.
Currently, I'm in Dubai, and we are going to the airport and see if other things are still going on in normal in Dubai. There has been sounds of blast in UAE for past a few days, but there's no sound of blast this morning. Now we are driving on Sheikh Zayed Road heading to the airport. You can see there's much less traffic than normal. Usually it takes about 40 to 45 minutes to travel from Dubai Marina to the airport, but today, as we can see now, it only took about 20 minutes. We are entering departures of Terminal 3 of Dubai International Airport, and there's no display on arrivals information. This is a baggage claim where travelers usually come and pick up their luggages. You can see currently it's empty.
We did not expect that the Iranian response would be missiles, drones, and drone attacks on Arab countries, on the civilians, on civilian installations. It is completely condemned, and we consider that this escalation would be detrimental for the region, for Iran, and for the world. We call for an end of this war and a return to diplomacy as an only way to resolve all the outstanding issues. And we stress that the Arab League is completely supports the Arab countries which were at the receiving end of these attacks. We support those countries and the decisions governments take to secure and safeguard the Arab countries in the Gulf and their peoples.
We have breaking news coming in right now. UAE air defenses successfully intercept 3 ballistic missiles and 129 drones. The Ministry of Defense of the UAE announced that the air defenses successfully engaged today with 3 ballistic missiles, detecting 129 drones, of which 121 drones were intercepted, while 8 fell within the country's territories. So that's the big breaking news right now. UAE remains on the edge, as we were showing you the visuals from Dubai, and now UAE saying that it has intercepting 3 ballistic missiles. That's a big update that we're getting in right now. Mr. Malo, I'll go across to you. We've seen that the consequences have been far-reaching. UAE, it's been Dubai has been one of the biggest trade centers, and Dubai hasn't been spared. We've seen scenes of destructions and terror literally on ground coming in from the Emirates. And now what we understand is that that Iran had fired 3 ballistic missiles and an overwhelming amount of drones as well, which have been right now successfully intercepted as claimed by the Emirates. But you see that the Gulf countries are right now in a deep, deep mess as to what's happening right now, that Iran is going no holds barred, and it doesn't matter today which country has been an ally or not a direct adversary or a Muslim country.
And if you note, they're actually going after civilian targets. This is what the Iranians had done with their own people, of course, within 2 or 3 days. Some estimates put 50,000 people dead on the streets of Iran. But these missiles that you're talking about, these attack drones, and I got word about 2 minutes ago that a whole new set of attack drones have just gone into Israel. They're being shot down at this point. In the last 7 or 8 hours, there's been massive missiles attacks against Israelis. They're going again after civilian targets in Tel Aviv, in the center of the country. Last night, they even attacked the Eilat port, which is very far in the south of Israel. So you can see that the range that the Iranians have, and again, this is something that we've been speaking about for several years, that the Iranians who are building and have been building these international ballistic missiles are not building them to be able to attack Saudi Arabia and the Gulf states and Egypt and Israel. They already have those. They've had them for years. They're building them to attack European countries, to hit Berlin, to hit Paris, and of course to hit London. Now, the intelligence in the European areas feel that the Iranians do not have the capability as far, thus far, in order to hit London. Some are questioning this, whether that's true or not, but you can see that they're clearly going after civilian targets. And you just mentioned, you talked about Dubai. Of course, they're going after these targets because that's where the tourists are. That's where a number of Brits left Britain in the last few years to move out to Dubai because they thought there was greater opportunity there for work purposes. Of course, the weather's much nicer, and of course, to have a better life for their families and pay less taxes. And many Europeans have followed that. Now they're confronting something that they never ever imagined within their wildest dreams.
Mr. Malo, we'll come back to you for more developments. Right now, there's a breaking news that's coming in. About 32 Iranians have been rescued from the Iranian warship Iris Dana. This is by Sri Lankan Navy. They were brought to Gale. They've now been admitted to Karapitya Teaching Hospital, according to sources. Now, viewers, the vessel had reported distress about 40 nautical miles off the coast. Earlier today, it prompted the Sri Lankan Navy to launch a rescue operation, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Vijita Herath, has now told the Parliament that about 80 individuals were on board the Iranian Navy vessel when it encountered the threat. And now, in fact, it's been reported that this was a distress call made by an Iranian warship, and Sri Lanka responded to that distress call. And this as Rakshita, more and more developments now coming in, and here Sri Lanka.
101 people are missing, Ishita. 101 people still missing and 78 wounded, including 32 of them are very seriously, very grievously injured. That's what we are getting to know. And the Iris Dena is the Moj-class frigate, which was returning to Iran after participating in the Milan exercise that was held in India. They were hosted by India, the Milan 2026. That was a multinational naval exercise in Visakhapatnam. And while it was on its way, the submarine, in fact, hit this frigate. In fact, this is the file footage, so this is not the latest footage of this frigate, but yes, it had participated in this naval exercise, this international maritime exercise that India had hosted, and at least 30 of them have been rescued, what we know, and we have 32 have been rescued. And Deputy Executive Editor Shravan Sen joins us from the newsroom. Shravan, tell us more details about this ship and the Iranians that have been rescued.
Well, in fact, this is quite serious because it's in our backyard that this has actually happened. We're talking about Iris Dena, which is a frigate that is operated by the Iranian Navy. In fact, it was returning after participating in the Milan exercise, an exercise that was hosted by India, as you pointed out rightly. In fact, let me just quickly take you through some more developments, and perhaps we can update, because this is the latest coming in from Sri Lanka. 148, it's not 101, but 148 people are still missing. These are the sailors on board. The Iranian warship Iris Dena was attacked by a US submarine. Now, that's what is coming in from local reports, that Iris Dena was hit by a US submarine and it ran aground off the southern coast of Sri Lanka. 148 of the approximately 180 people were basically on board the Iranian warship, and they have basically been reported missing due to the attack that has been carried out by US submarine. About 32 people have been rescued by the Sri Lankan Navy with injuries that have been reported. The Sri Lankan Navy as well as Air Force have been engaged in the rescue operations that have been carried out. Now, Rakshita, this is undoubtedly a significant escalation, because the CENTCOM earlier today had basically confirmed that 17 Iranian ships have been targeted. Now we are talking about a ship which is in our backyard, which is off the Sri Lankan coast, that has been attacked by a US submarine. Now remember, as far as the US submarine attack is concerned, these are now claims that are being made. We are yet to get any official confirmation coming in from the CENTCOM as far as whether at all this was an attack that was carried out by United States of America or not. There are local reports coming in, and there are news agencies, international news agencies, who are now reporting by way of sources within the Ministry of Defense in Sri Lanka that this was an attack that was carried out by United States of America. It's a submarine attack. In fact, it is 20 nautical miles off Gale where this attack has actually taken place. Important to point out here that this is an Iranian ship which participated in the International Fleet Review and thereafter also Milan exercise. In fact, this was also the same time when US warships were also here in India during the exercise that was basically carried out. Now, it does seem with this particular attack that it is now spreading. The war is basically spreading to other parts also now. And the United States of America essentially now trying to target Iranian ships which are basically off the coast of Iran at this stage. So it seems that the target is very clear, that all assets of Iran are to be targeted as far as this joint operation of Israel and America is concerned. But it is undoubtedly quite worrisome given the fact that this is no longer being limited to Middle East, but now we are looking at a situation which is just off our backyard where this attack has actually taken place.
Right, Shravan, it seems that the theatre of war here is widening. The latest action now been reported in India's backyard. There was an Iranian warship, in fact, we're given to understand, which was attacked by a US submarine. And now Sri Lanka also responding to the distress call. Mr. Malo is also with us. Please continue to stay with us on broadcast. We're getting some reports Viewers, now Iran's Assembly of Experts is under pressure to elect Ali Khamenei's son Mojtaba Khamenei as the next supreme leader. Rakshita, this comes after Iran's former supreme leader was killed.
Yes, in fact, they are trying to be as fast as possible in the appointment, and the official announcement from the Assembly of the Experts is expected in a short while from now. Here's more about Mojtaba Ali Khamenei.
Mojtaba Khamenei, son of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, has declared himself as Iran's new supreme leader following the death of his father. This comes as the US and Israel strikes against Iran have turned West Asia into a war zone. Iran's counterattacks have intensified in the region with several US military bases targeted. Iran has closed the Strait of Hormuz and halted the transit of ships in the region. France, UK and Greece have joined the war by sending choppers, drones and anti-missile systems. The death of Ayatollah Khamenei has thrown a leadership vacuum. Filling the vacuum, Mojtaba has now declared himself as the new supreme leader. Despite his lack of political experience, he wields strong influence over the IRGC. Mojtaba was first believed to have been killed among the top 40 Iranian leaders during the Saturday strike, but he survived and is now ready to lead Iran. He now takes charge of a country that has strongly vowed to avenge his father.
All right, viewers, our guest, Mr. Malu, continues to stay with us on this broadcast as we cover all the live developments coming to light from West Asia. Mr. Malu, it seems the theatre of war is now widening. We've seen a recent attack on Iranian warship in India's backyard. It was a submarine attack by the US. How do you see this then going?
Donald Trump said yesterday that at least 4 of the Iranian Navy ships had been taken out. He intends to destroy all of the Iranian Navy. I just got word in the last 30 seconds or so that the Israeli military believe that they need another week to 2 weeks to take out massive Iranian military and intelligence sites across Iran. And also they're hitting their ballistic missile program, the factories, the storage units, and other facilities. They need 1 to 2 weeks. The United States have said that that's what they need, but it could take longer. Of course, Donald Trump doesn't give anything away when he speaks to the media, and he does that all the time. And at the same time, I should just point out to you that in an hour from now here in London, Prime Minister Keir Starmer of the British government, he has to go to the House of Commons and he has to answer questions, something which is a weekly ritual here in London. Prime Minister's questions, where the leader of the opposition and many people from across the House of Commons get to ask the Prime Minister questions. You can bet your bottom dollar it's going to dominate this particular region and what's happening now in Iran and around Iran, now involving at least 10 different countries. And he is going to be on the defense. He is going to be against the rings, rather the ropes within the ring, within the boxing ring, because he is just so slow to make any type of decision whatsoever. And let me just give you an example. In the Times this morning, that's the London newspaper, the Times, there was somebody called, let me just check the name, Amir Kotecha, who wrote an opinion piece. Now, he's a senior diplomat in the foreign ministry here in London, has been here for several years. In the last couple of years, he has been based in the Tel Aviv embassy, the British embassy in Tel Aviv, and he left yesterday writing an opinion piece to say that he just doesn't recognize the foreign ministry anymore. He said the civil servants has become so woke, meaning so liberal and so progressive. And he used these words. He claims that the government is now being restrained on strict interpretations of what international law is all about. Now, Keir Starmer, as we know, was a lawyer, and he seems to actually always cite international law why he can't get involved. Now, this particular diplomat in the British embassy, I should say, in Tel Aviv, in Israel, said that everyone in this region knew that a war was going to unfold. It was just a question of when. Was it in the next day or was it in the next week? And yet Keir Starmer did absolutely nothing. The French have even got a carrier actually heading towards. Right now, the only one available British carrier, and Britain have got 4 of those carriers, but there's only one available because the rest are not available to sell. Only one is still sitting in the port over here, and they should be looking after British personnel in Cyprus, which is now being bombarded by the Iranian attack drones. So it's just dismal on behalf of this government, and I'm quite certain that the leader of the opposition and other parties within the House of Commons are really going to give Keir Starmer a real hard time in 1 hour from now.
Right, all eyes will be on that as well. But just stay on with us, Mr. Marlow. We have some more breaking news coming in right now. The IDF says that it has struck an underground Hezbollah weapons storage facility and additional command centers in Beirut. So Israeli Defense Forces continue to pound several of the targets connected with the Hezbollah, that is the Lebanese group, Shiite militia group backed by Iran. In fact, it's one of the at the forefront, that one of the militias in the forefront, and it's countering the strikes by Israel. And now this is a video of the strike on a Hezbollah terror infrastructure in the city of Beirut in Lebanon, as we see that Hezbollah continues to participate in this war, stepping up its attacks against the Israeli forces. And meanwhile, we've seen for the past 5 days that Hezbollah has been targeted by Israel. And meanwhile, we have some more breaking news coming in and more updates on the Sri Lankan Navy rescuing the Iranians of the ship that has been sunk by the strikes. No information, says Sri Lankan Navy sources, on Iranian ship crossing the Sri Lanka coast. Sri Lankan Navy sources say that detailed investigation will be carried out, that no immediate proof of a US hand has been found. So just an update on the Iranian ship that we are getting right now, the Iris Dana, that has been struck in these strikes. Now, what the Sri Lankan sources are telling us is that there is no information as to if this strike was carried out by the United States. They will be conducting an investigation. But yes, we've seen that, as Mr. Marlow was pointing out, the claims that have been made by Donald Trump itself, in fact, going on to even talk about 17 Iranian warships being sunk by the United States of America. But Sri Lankan Navy sources tell us that a detailed probe will be carried out, that it's not clear yet if it was an American strike to sink the ship, Iris Dana, which was, in fact, now... Okay, Shavan is getting us more information on that. Shavan, Sri Lankan Navy sources are saying that we do not know that if it was an American strike, that it was crossing the Sri Lankan coast. There's no information on that.
Well, that's the first indication now coming in from the Sri Lankan Navy. And in fact, they are basically harping on the fact that the focus right now is on the rescue operation, because the moment when we asked about whether at all they had any information as to what led to this particular frigate sinking, they're saying that right now a detailed investigation will be carried out. Having said that, there is no clear indication that they're giving that whether at all this was an attack that was carried out by United States of America. They're putting this across by simply saying that right now the focus is on the rescue operation, because there are several sailors who are still missing. We're looking at almost about 101, because the figures, it seems to be changing right now, Rakshita, because we haven't got clarity as yet, because we've directly dialed a Sri Lankan Navy to get the first-hand information. All that we were essentially told, Rakshita, is number one, that there is a confirmation about Iris Dana that has been hit. They're also saying, surprisingly, that they had absolutely no idea that Iris Dana would be crossing the Sri Lankan coast at this point in time. So that's another surprise element that has come in. It seems that following the exercise, it was on its way back to Iran when it was hit. Now, whether at all this was an attack carried out by United States of America is yet to be confirmed by the Sri Lankan Navy, but international news agencies, Rakshita, have been clearly pointing out, citing Ministry of Defense sources within Sri Lanka, saying that this was a submarine attack 20 nautical miles off the coast. Having said that, we have also tried to independently check ourselves, and this is all that we can confirm, that the ship has been hit and it is sinking. In fact, about 101 sailors were still missing, and the breaking news now coming in here on Republic TV is that the Sri Lankan Navy is now indicating that they had no idea that Iris Dana was actually crossing through Sri Lankan coast.
Right. Shravan, also, do we have any reaction from New Delhi regarding these developments taking place in India's backyard? Because we're looking at the widening of the conflict, specifically in Asia. Now we're looking at some more action.
It's quite unlikely that you would have a response right now coming in from the Ministry of External Affairs, because it has got nothing to do with us. As far as participation is concerned, the exercise is already over and the ship is out of Indian territorial water jurisdiction. So that is the reason why perhaps it's very, very unlikely that you would have any response really coming in from India at this point in time. It's significant because this was a warship that had participated recently in two major events. One was the Milan exercise. It's a multinational, military exercise that is basically carried out. And in fact, this happened just about a few days ago. And before that, there are images and videos that have also come in with regards to Iran's participation in the International Fleet Review, beyond which there is not much link with India at this point in time. Why it is a cause of concern, because it's not, in our backyard that this attack has actually taken, a suspected submarine attack, if I may say so. But if that is the case, it certainly indicates right now the widening of the conflict.
Right, Shravan, in fact, this is a serious blow to Iran also if it's a submarine attack, and that's one of the, Iranian-made, one of the top-class ships that we understand was participating in this naval exercise. So thanks so much, Shravan, in the meanwhile, joining us for those updates. So several casualties here in that attack as well. Now, IRGC, meanwhile, has launched its 17th wave of strikes against the U.S. and Israeli targets. And according to the IRGC, the ground force of the IRGC responded to the Israeli-US strikes against Iran with three major operations. Announcing another phase of Operation True Promise 4 today, IRGC's PR says that immediately after the joint Israeli-US strikes, its ground forces launched more than 230 assault drones towards targets in the occupied land of the US bases in the region. And it says that the IRGC is firing dozens of drones in several waves towards the US military bases in Erbil and Kuwait, and destroying several terrorist groups' headquarters in what it calls the terrorist groups in northern Iraq, which were the first actions of brave soldiers, it says, of the IRGC. I'm just quoting what the IRGC has said. And the IRGC also goes on to say that a fresh wave of Iranian retaliatory strikes has crippled a major US airbase in Bahrain, with strikes destroying the command centers. IRGC claims that Iran's retaliatory strikes have left more than 680 casualties for the American troops in various U.S. bases in the first 2 days of the war. Officials of the IRGC say that the targeting U.S. military bases in the region constitute legitimate self-defense. Mr. Marlow, if you're still with us, Mr. Marlow, well, this is, alarming, the fact that of course, this is IRGC's claims, but it says that there have been more than 600 casualties as far as America is concerned. And we see that it continues to pound and target those U.S. air bases, U.S. bases across the Gulf region. And what's alarming is that even those air defenses have been struggling. There has not been a very good coordination. U.S. has not been able to really defend these bases because we see the claims that have been made and also the visuals that have come to the fore.
Yeah, I think this was a bit of a surprise that they didn't expect the Iranians were going to hit out against these American bases as they have done. But no doubt that will be boosted up in the coming days, I suspect. What is working very well is this US-Israel alliance. I think a lot more people around the world now have a huge amount of respect for certainly the Israeli Air Force. If I may just pick up on what you said earlier on with regard to Hezbollah, because that was a very, very stupid thing for Hezbollah to have done. They wanted to do something symbolically. They wanted to hit Israel. And Israel said in the last few weeks, when this war breaks out, and everyone again expected within the region that the war was going to break out, we say to Hezbollah, do not attack us because we will respond forcefully and devastatingly. We said to the Israeli government, I'm speaking obviously on behalf of the Israelis, this is what the Israelis said. We said to the Lebanese government, make sure that Hezbollah do not respond. Now, Hezbollah, of course, were hit very, very badly during the war, the 2-year war, which initially was started off by Hamas and Islamic Jihad and all of their proxies, and then Hezbollah joined in. But nevertheless, Hezbollah just felt, because of its ideology, because of its religious brainwashing from the Shiite focus, it had to do something. So what it did was it fired 6 missiles, just 6 missiles, into northern Israel. It landed in open areas. And that was what Israel needed. It just needed an excuse to hit back really hard. The Lebanese government and the Lebanese people said, why did you do this? Right now, Lebanon is being bombarded in the south, in the north, in their very strong Hezbollah stronghold of Beirut, and there's much more to come. The Israelis said that we will hurt your infrastructure. We will hurt how Lebanon works. And the objective is because that the Israeli intelligence believes that there is at least 25,000 rockets, long-range rockets from Iran pointing at Israel from Lebanon. And the Israelis were looking for an excuse to take out as many as possible of the rocket launchers, because it's a continuous threat. Even if the Iranian regime falls, which is a possibility in the coming weeks or months, but of course that's just speculation, the Hezbollah group would still have these missiles aimed at Israel and could use them at any time. And this is a threat that the Israeli government said, we will not allow our civilians to be under this type of threat any longer, because we went through this war for the last 2 years. So that's what you're seeing in Lebanon, and the bombardment is devastating right now. And if I can also just add, overnight, the Shiite, who were very aligned with the Iranian regime inside of Iraq, again, a very successful US-Israeli Air Force attacks was devastating in those areas in Iraq. So again, the Shiites are being taken out in Iraq. They're very angry, and they're looking for ways to hit back. This was all started on October the 7th, 2023, when Hamas backed up, invaded Israel, and caused those monstrosities, the atrocities which took place in Israel, of which 1,200 innocent people died on that particular day. This is when it all started, on October the 7th, 2023. And as a result, we've seen a complete regime change inside of Syria. The Houthis have been taken out, very much so, their leadership, the Hezbollah leadership, and now look what's taking place in Iran. And all of this because Iran was focused so much on the destruction of Israel, and its proxies were actually doing the job for them. Look how everything has changed over right now, 2 years later. It's unbelievable.
Right. Mr. Malo, as you said, it's a long-drawn conflict between Iranian proxies and Israel. It has been going on since past a few years, and now we're looking at Hezbollah becoming more and more active as the war in West Asia is also escalating. Thank you, Mr. Malo, for joining us on Republic and sharing all your crucial inputs. Now, viewers, shifting focus, the Jammu and Kashmir police have busted a gang of heroin smugglers and recovered a Pakistani-made pistol. In a week-long operation, the police have now successfully recovered 600 grams of heroin worth over ₹3 crore and arrested 7 people in connection with this case. We have a full report. Take a look.
Jammu and Kashmir police busted a gang of interstate narcotic smugglers in a week-long operation. Police arrested 7 drug lords in connection with the case and recovered 600 grams of heroin worth over 3 crore rupees. A Pakistani-made Star pistol was also recovered, and police are investigating Pakistani links. Republic's Gursimran spoke to Deputy Superintendent of Police R.S. Pura, who shared all the details.
इसमें 20 फरवरी को एक स्पेसिफिक इंफॉर्मेशन थी कि कुछ लोग बाहर से आए हैं और यहाँ पे वो उनके पास हेरोइन है और यहाँ पे अपने जो कस्टमर हैं उनको देंगे। इसके ऊपर इमीडिएटली रिंग रोड पे नाका लगाया गया और गाड़ी जिसका कि पंजाब नंबर फेक नंबर लगाया हुआ था, वो गाड़ी को रोकने की कोशिश की और पुलिस वालों के ऊपर ही चढ़ा दी गाड़ी। और हमारे हवलदार हरनाम सिंह जो अभी भी शदीद जख्मी हैं कमांड हस्पताल उधमपुर में, उनको बड़ी ज़बरदस्त चोट लगी, 2 हमारे कांस्टेबल जख्मी हुए और वो यहाँ से गाड़ी भाग गई। उसी के सिलसिले में ये हमारी टीमें, डिफरेंट टीमें बना के इस पे लगाए गए और इसमें हमने पहले एक बाबा रिंग रोड को पकड़ा है, जिसने की निशानदेही पे अपनी वही गाड़ी जिस गाड़ी ने हिट किया था वो बरामद करवाई। उसके बाद जो दूसरे 2 थे, मुश्ताक अलाइज काका और मंगल हुसैन अलाइज मंगल, ये सरोर के रहने वाले हैं, सरोर अड्डे के, तो इनके खिलाफ पूरी टीमें लगाई थी। तो उसमें एक दिन रात को इन्फॉर्मेशन मिलती है कि ये किसी बलेरो गाड़ी में इधर फिर सामान देने आए हैं, उस पर नाके लगा के इनको पकड़ने की कोशिश की। तो इन्होंने बहुत लंबी कृपान, तकरीबन 5 फुट की बड़ी तेगा टाइप कृपान, वो लेके निकले और पुलिस के ऊपर पड़े और वहाँ से छलांगे लगा दी नीचे। और पुलिस ने बड़ी हिकमत अमली से इनको कैप्चर किया और उनकी तलाशी से तकरीबन 300 ग्राम चिट्टा हमें मिला।
We have live visuals coming in from the destruction in Lebanon's Beirut, where Israel is striking the Hezbollah targets. And right now we have the skyline view of Beirut. Right now you can see there's a part where you see some smoke billowing from afar. But this is right now the live shot from Beirut. Meanwhile, just getting you the updates that an underground facility of the Hezbollah has been targeted, a weapon storage facility that was underground. Connected to the Hezbollah has been targeted by the IDF as claimed by the Israeli Defense Forces, and also the additional command centers of the Hezbollah have been hit by the IDF.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
और शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome back, friends. Drone strikes, counter strikes, missile strikes, Strait of Hormuz in disruption and energy supplies getting affected. Prices spiking for both crude and gas. How long before they start affecting the home and hearth of millions and billions around the world? That's going to be our focus. Let's begin with the headlines.
IRGC launches 17th wave of strikes against the United States and the Israeli targets. Fresh visuals show Iranian missile dodging US-Israeli air defense system and hitting targets. Iran releases footage of the moment an Israeli Hermes drone was shot down in Khorramabad. Iran claims complete control of the Strait of Hormuz after claiming to strike 10 oil tankers for ignoring the warnings. Explosions rocked US Victoria base near Baghdad airport in Iraq after Iranian drone strike.
Some of the European, like Spain, has been terrible. In fact, I told Scott to cut off all dealings with Spain. Spain, first of all,
And Trump threatens to halt trade with Spain now over military base access. Right, viewers, we start with breaking news coming in right now. The IDF says that it has struck an underground Hezbollah weapons storage facility and additional command centers in Lebanon's Beirut. And visual of the same has been released by the IDF that it claims to be an underground facility, weapons storage facility of the Hezbollah. And the additional command centers in Beirut have also been struck. It calls it the Hezbollah terror infrastructure being struck in Beirut. And that is the latest visual from Beirut as it continues to be targeted by the Iranian strikes, by the Israeli, I beg your pardon, by Israeli strikes. Israeli Defense Forces now releasing a footage that shows this video. This is visual of a strike against a building which is said to be the underground Hezbollah weapons storage facility and additional command centers in Beirut. Hezbollah stepping up its attack again on Israel that we've seen against the U.S. forces, and the Israeli targets also being targeted by the Hezbollah. Now we see that the Lebanese militia group, the Shiite group, which has been backed by Iran, is now being struck, targeted by Israel. And this is the latest update we have right now. And we are getting in more and more updates, more breakings that are coming in. In fact, there have been dramatic visuals, ladies and gentlemen. There have been many visuals that we will be now playing out to you. At least 10 videos, viewers, 10 videos that show what's happening in Iran, in Israel and beyond. Abhishek, as this war is only widening, the entire Gulf region is right now, being pounded by these missiles and the drones coming in from Iran, and the counter that continues from the other side.
Well, in fact, it seems the war is widening. It's not just limited to the Persian Gulf. In fact, we are getting reports. We are going to break the story very soon, which is of an Iranian ship hit in Sri Lanka, near Sri Lanka, or in the Indian Ocean region or Arab Sea region. We're going to confirm that. Rakshita, but more videos you have.
Yes, this is the video that we're playing out. This is from Khurramabad in Iran. This is the air missile that has been shot down. This is the visual of the air missile that has been shot down. Visual from Khurramabad of Iran. And video number 3 that we're going to play out. We're going to tell you about, this is a video from Beirut. This is a video from Beirut in Lebanon, as we were telling you how Israel continues to strike the Hezbollah targets. And that's this big, you can see a huge, humongous plume of smoke that is coming in. In fact, I think there's an entire complex that has been dismantled in the Israeli strikes in Beirut, in Lebanon. You see this, the skyline. You can see this aerial view of Beirut, which shows huge plumes of smoke. So Lebanon also bearing the brunt of Iranian actions as well. And we have some more visuals coming in. Another visual that is coming in is the U.S. conducting strikes on the air defense systems of Iran. We've seen that the missile launches and the weapon facilities of Iran are being targeted by the United States. And this is a visual you can see from Iran, where the U.S. has struck down the air defense system, even as the American air defense systems are also being now questioned because they've not been fully capable of defending their own air bases in different parts of the Gulf. Meanwhile, we have visual coming in. Visual number 5 from Dubai in UAE, where the drone strike being conducted on the U.S. consulate. So we've seen visuals from Dubai, from the airport near the Burj Khalifa, from the CIA headquarters, and different other buildings that have been targeted in Dubai. UAE continues to be on the edge. This is a video number 6 that we have right now from Harat Harik in Beirut. It's a residential area that has been bombed. This, of course, we understand is a part of the Israeli-US strike as it continues to to hit at the Hezbollah targets. And, Abhishek, we have another video from Tehran. Tehran has been witnessing carpet bombing. And now we see the IRGC headquarters destroyed by the strikes. In the visual that has been released by the IDF, the IRGC headquarters continue to be struck by the Israeli Defense Forces. And, of course, we can see it in partnership with the United States forces as well. And video number 8 is from the Strait of Hormuz, which everybody across the globe had their eyes on. The Iranian attack on the oil tankers. The oil tankers who did not listen to Iran, who did not follow the warning, are being targeted by Iran. And this is another video from Urmia. This is a university that has been destroyed in the strikes. This is a university in Iran, and you can see it is reduced to rubble. This is a video from Iran's western Azerbaijan province. It's Urmia University. And final video, viewers, aftermath of the US-Israeli airstrikes in Tehran. More and more dramatic visuals have been coming in from the past 5 days as far as Tehran is concerned, as Israeli and US strikes continue to target the regime's headquarters, military facilities, the missile launches as well. Abhishek.
Well, yes, so those pictures really tell a story of how massive the destruction is becoming now, with fourth day of war panning out between Iran on one side and the United States and its allies on the other. Moving on, breaking news development connected with the war, but outside the pale of Persian Gulf. This seems very close to our borders. In fact, Sri Lankan waters have seen action. It seems that an Iranian ship has been taken down by a US submarine, possibly, or an ally submarine. Sri Lankan Foreign Affairs Minister Vijita Herath confirming that this has happened in their waters, and that immediately on getting to know of a ship sinking in their waters, they launched a rescue operation, and that a vessel belonging to the Iranian Navy, identified as Iris Dana, was sinking. Let's get Shawan live on this. And a distress message was received at around 5:08 a.m. by the Sri Lankan Navy and the Coast Guard. And then at around 6 a.m., rescue operation was launched, sending the first naval craft. By 7 a.m., another vessel was dispatched. Preventing such issues, our objective is what the foreign minister says. But it seems the ship has sunk, and it has taken with it about 100 odd sailors. These are reports yet to be confirmed.
Right. Okay.
Iranians, some of them have been rescued from Iris Dana. About 32 Iranians, maybe the rest are lost. We don't know as yet what's the number, Rakshita, but that's a big story coming out of the war, but outside of the war zone.
Right. You know what Shaban was telling us, as per the sources, at least 148 are reported that have been one of the casualties. Okay, we have some more. Okay, I was just reading out this statement that has come in from the Sri Lankan Navy Media Director, Commander Buddhika Sampath. Now, I quote, "This is a warship. The vessel was not visible when we reached the location. We only saw the live rafts." Yes, and we found some dead bodies in that particular area. We suspect these bodies are related to the same ship, because they were discovered in the demarcated search and rescue zone. And Navy, coordinated with MRCC, Sri Lankan Air Force and Coast Guard, dispatched vessels equipped with search and rescue teams. Once we received the distress signal and dispatched the first craft, we found a slight oil patch and floating life rafts in that area. We understood survivors would be in the water and continued our search. Sri Lanka. In fact, Commander Sampath firmly rejects external claims about the cause of the incident. Commander Sampath states, and I quote, "We reject the statements as the Sri Lankan Navy. The cause for the distress must be investigated early," unquote. So, Abhishek, there's no word as to who conducted these strikes. Was it a strike or not? That is not, of course, being put on record. It says, Sri Lankan Navy says that the investigation is still underway.
Well, in war times, it does not happen of its own or naturally, Rakshita. In fact, tensions in the Middle East are now at an all-time high. Chinese media, CGTN, has reported that there are visible signs of disruption inside UAE. Chinese clearly taking the Iranian side, Iranian worldview, and pushing it. And so, of course, they are trying to project as if massive destruction has happened in the UAE. Let's look at more details through this story.
It's almost 6 p.m. here in Tehran. I just came out to buy some medicine for my mother. Then I saw a smoke plume in west of Tehran, and I was just 2 kilometers away from my house. So I came here, and as you see behind me, it's one of the biggest smoke plumes I've seen. Recently, I don't know what has been exploded, what has been targeted, but it's a big one, and it's been like that in the past 45 minutes. So Tehran has been also attacked by US and Israel today, like the previous days. And of course, there are some reports that the attacks will intensify in the coming hours.
Currently, I'm in Dubai, and we are going to the airport and see if other things are still going on in normal in Dubai. There has been sounds of blast in UAE for past a few days, but there's no sound of blast this morning. Now we are driving on Sheikh Zayed Road heading to the airport. You can see there's much less traffic than normal. Usually it takes about 40 to 45 minutes to travel from Dubai Marina to the airport, but today, as we can see now, it only took about 20 minutes. We are entering departures of Terminal 3 of Dubai International Airport, and there's no display on arrivals information. This is a baggage claim where travelers usually come and pick up their luggages. You can see currently it's empty.
We did not expect that the Iranian response would be missiles, drones, and drone attacks on Arab countries, on the civilians, on civilian installations. It is completely condemned, and we consider that this escalation would be detrimental for the region, for Iran, and for the world. We call for an end of this war and a return to diplomacy as an only way to resolve all the outstanding issues. And we stress that the Arab League completely supports the Arab countries which were at the receiving end of these attacks. We support those countries and the decisions governments take to secure and safeguard the Arab countries in the Gulf and their peoples.
Okay, we have breaking news coming in right now. The IAEA, that is the nuclear watchdog, has said that damage is visible at buildings near Isfahan, and it says that near Isfahan nuclear site, damage is visible at 2 buildings. And the nuclear watchdog said that there has been no damage visible to facilities containing the nuclear material in Iran, and therefore no radiological release risk at this time, at least it says IAEA, and no additional impact detected at the Natanz facility after previously reported damage at the entrances. So these are the nuclear facilities. The Natanz is an underground facility, uranium enrichment facility that was possibly targeted, as earlier reports have been coming in for the past few days, but now the nuclear watchdog IAEA says that damage is visible near the buildings at Isfahan. Abhishek, how do you read into this update that is coming in? There's no radiological threat as of now, we understand, but the fact that the buildings have been targeted around that area.
Well, what it means is that the United States has no clear objective or agenda in this war. They first said they wanted to decapitate the head and eliminate Khamenei. Then Hegseth said that no, that was not the ultimate objective. Remember, it began by targeting Iranian nuclear facilities at Natanz and Fordo and Qom, and now they are saying, if the IAEA is saying that there is no effect whatsoever, at these places, which means no bomb has hit there, and if no bomb has hit there, what the war is about. So I think the Americans need to explain, are they targeting nuclear facilities or not? If they are targeting nuclear facilities, IAEA says nothing has happened, and if they are not targeting the nuclear facilities, then what's the war about, what the fuss about? And the IRGC, of course, has announced that they are continuing to go on with their strikes, and the impact is clearly visible across the geography, across the Persian Gulf. More breakings. Let's keep it fast-paced. From Sri Lanka to Persian Gulf to IAEA, and back in the Persian Gulf now, IRGC has announced the successful interception of Hermes drone and an MQ-9B drone. And that really shows that the IRGC's missile power and air defenses are still working. Fourth day into the war, and what we are seeing is that while Iran's navy stands decimated, while Iran continues to fight with its back to the wall, its missile defense system seems to be working still to manage interception and kills of American drones. And remember, these are armed surveillance drones, and they have been wreaking havoc inside Iran. Many of those pictures getting sanitized by the regime there, but you know from the reports that the situation can be bad. These are pictures of representative pictures of the MQ-9B Reaper drones and the Hermes drones, the Israeli Hermes drones, many of which are now actually manufactured in India. But Rakshita, what this means is that it is still panning out as an equal war, Iran fighting, despite fighting with its back to the wall. More pictures. Let's go to more pictures and more breakings. I believe there is another report connected with the war, but not exactly of action, but of diplomacy. We have Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, for whatever he is relevant, while he cannot end his war, talking to leaders in the Gulf and exchanging notes. Let's see what he spoke to which leader.
War in West Asia continues, with strikes being carried out by Iran on various Gulf nations, damaging US military bases across the region, and joint strikes by Israel and United States on Iranian territory. In the middle of all of this, Ukraine is also going through a war for past 4 years with Russia. Now, with this war, this time in West Asia, Zelensky engages with leaders of Qatar and UAE. Zelensky says he's ready to offer any sort of help if it does not diminish Ukraine's own defense capabilities. He says for decades, the Iranian regime invested in destroying lives of its neighbors. Zelensky also says that they became accomplices of Russia in the war against Ukraine. As Iran strikes continue to take place for past many days, Ukraine claims its expertise in countering Shahed drones. Iranian Shahed drones that are now waging the war in West Asia.
More breaking updates. Now, the IRGC, Islamic Revolution Guard Corps of Iran, says that it has launched its 17th wave of strikes against US and Israeli targets. And according to the IRGC, the ground force of the IRGC has responded to the Israeli-US strikes. You can see the visual that has been released by the IRGC. IRGC says it responded to the Israeli-US strikes against Iran with 3 major operations. Announcing another phase of Operation True Promise 4 today, the IRGC's public relations says that immediately after the joint US-Israel strikes, the ground forces launched more than 230 assault drones towards the targets in the what it says are the occupied lands and US bases in the region. And IRGC says that it fired dozens of drones in several waves towards the US military bases in Erbil and Kuwait, and destroying several headquarters in northern Iraq as well, Abhishek.
Well, yes, and they will continue to claim these strikes because that shows them as strong. We really don't know whether these can be verified, or at least the scale of the IRGC strikes can be verified. But for sure, they have been launching volleys of missiles across the region, specifically Israel, and even drones across the Gulf and into Kuwait and into UAE and Qatar and even Saudi Arabia. And they are earning the ire of the Arab world, but it seems that's Iran's way of saying if the war does not stop, then everybody has to pay the price. And that's why that multiplication factor there, which is getting other countries also involved. Though, of course, we have not seen retaliation happening from the Arab world by way of military strikes. They are letting America do and Israel do all the heavy lifting. But these pictures released by IRGC clearly showing that there is some depth in so far as Iranian war machine specific to missiles and drones are concerned.
What we understand is that Israel has said, has in fact claimed bombing of the residence of Revolutionary Guards officers in Tehran, and visuals coming in from Tehran right now as we speak. Plumes of smoke billowing from that building, and Israel claims bombing of the residence of Revolutionary Guard officers. This is the IRGC. They're talking about the IRGC officers, and of course all eyes have been on the IRGC, especially after the elimination of Ayatollah Khamenei. And now we get to know, now Israel is claiming that it has bombed the residence of Revolutionary Guards officers in Tehran, and that is the day 5 of West Asia War. We are bringing you the latest updates of and the visuals coming in from Tehran. Tehran has witnessed carpet bombing. It has witnessed dismantling of headquarters also of the regime, and now the IRGC officials' residences have also been targeted as per the Israeli Defense Forces, and we are getting in visual from Tehran right now on your screens.
All right, one more breaking this time. The Turkish Defense Ministry coming in. Is that the breaking? Yes, that's the breaking. Turkey has said that missiles intercepted launched from Iran. Now, Turkey might say, why us? But that seems to be the case. When missiles are getting launched in all directions, one lands in Turkey also. NATO air defense systems intercepted a missile launched from Iran in Hatay airspace. Effectively, which means even Turkey and Iran are at war now. Turkey was trying to maintain a neutral stance, and while it condemned the killing of Ayatollah Khamenei, it was not taking any posture which would be seen as aggressively against the United States or against the Arab world. But now it seems, in fact, it was a little soft on Iran. But now with Iranian missiles landing right there inside Turkey, what would be its position? Is it going to go cold Turkey now? Is there something that we have to understand? Another breaking this time now from Turkey. So from Sri Lanka to Turkey, the scope of the war is widening in whether this is already Third World War, because if you include Turkey and Sri Lanka, of course not directly affected, but an Iranian ship going down in Sri Lankan waters as reported. This means that about 24 odd countries are now directly affected.
Right.
All right, moving on.
Right. In fact, we have more updates coming in. At the same time, there are visuals that we are flooded with to show our viewers. Fresh visuals, in fact, are showing. Okay, this is from Beirut. Again, we see that the smoke that is still billowing, that continues to billow from that building. The headquarters of the Lebanese group, that is the Hezbollah, has been struck by Israel, that claims right now. And visuals you can see on your screens right now from Beirut. The aerial view shows how Beirut is now bearing the brunt of what's happening in West Asia. Lebanon's Hezbollah group had been dormant since last year, at least. We've seen even during the 12-day war between in the strikes conducted by US and Israel, but now it has stepped up, and the Israeli Defense Forces are leaving no stone unturned to eliminate the Hezbollah leadership right now, and the headquarters and the military facilities, the weapon storage facilities of the Hezbollah, and those have been targeted in Beirut, in different parts from southern Lebanon to the northern Lebanon as well, have been on target of the Israeli Defense Forces.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा राजा और मसाला
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट
क्या बात है स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
IRGC launches the 17th wave of strikes against US and Israeli targets. Fresh visuals show Iranian missile dodging the US-Israeli air defense system and hitting the targets. Iran releases footage of the moment an Israeli air missile drone was shot down in Khorramabad. Iran claims complete control of Strait of Hormuz after claiming to strike 10 oil tankers for ignoring warnings. Explosions rock US Victoria base near Baghdad airport in Iraq after Iranian drone strike. And Trump threatens to hold trade with...
Some of the European, like Spain, has been terrible. In fact, I told Scott to cut off all dealings with Spain. Spain, first of all,
And Trump threatens to halt trade with Spain over military base access.
All right, it's a big development outside of the war zone or the theatre of war, and that has happened in Sri Lankan waters and still connected with Iran, America or Iran-Israel conflict. An Iranian Navy ship identified as Iris Dana has sunk, and Sri Lankan reports suggest that they have not succeeded in rescuing many. And this is a naval ship, in fact, it seems that had participated in India's Milan exercises and the International Fleet Review. For that, let's go to Shawan if he has more details on this. In 30 seconds, we are getting Shawan live with us for more on this. This seems like an off-theater action taking place. So whether the sunk Iranian naval ship was taken down by a submarine torpedo is something we have to understand, and whether if this submarine was of American or British or any of those allies of Israel, that would be interesting to find out, because while it happened in Sri Lankan waters and the Sri Lankan exclusive economic zone, there is a soundbite of Sri Lankan foreign minister, I believe, on the same. Let's listen to that. Okay, Sri Lankan foreign minister Vijitha Harath speaks to media.
Today, early morning, MRCC received a distress signal, though it was beyond our waters, but it is within our search and rescue region. So as we are a maritime nation, we are obliged to respond. We are the first responders as per the international obligation. So Navy swiftly coordinated with the Maritime Rescue Coordinating Center, and also we disseminate this information to the Sri Lanka Air Force and Coast Guard as well. And we launch and dispatch our craft with all the necessary rescue team and the necessary devices to render humanitarian assistance. And we reached up to that location and continue doing this search operation. So while doing search operation, we found people floating on the floating in the water and rescued them. And later on, subsequently, when we inquired them, we found that those people are belonging to the Iranian ship. And we understood that they need prompt medical attention, and we swiftly transferred them to the Karapitiya Teaching Hospital, and right now they are undergoing medical treatment. So we still continue in the search and rescue operation in that particular area with the calculation of weather condition and the maritime all the maritime related calculation, and we are continuing the rescue operation, search and rescue operation in that particular area. And also we have found some dead bodies in that particular area, and we suspect these bodies are belongs to the same ship because we found these things in the particular search and rescue area, I mean the demarcated area. So being a maritime nation and as per the conventions in the search and rescue and the UNCLOS, we are obliged to respond any of distress out at sea, whether it is a ship, fishing vessel or fishing craft or the aircraft. We are the first responders. So Navy, along with the Coast Guard and the Air Force, we responded positively and swiftly, and we could able to rescue 32 survivors, and still we are doing the search and rescue operation in the particular area. That is the updation right now. As of now, it is the update, latest one. Actually, once we received the distress signal and we dispatched the first craft, and early morning, when they reached up to that place, we could not find the ship, but we found slight oil patch and the floating life raft in that particular area, and we started doing searching survivals in that particular area, because we understood that the survivors should be in the water.
All right, that was Sri Lankan Navy officer Buddhika Sampath speaking on the rescue that was launched by the Sri Lankan Navy on hearing reports of an Iranian ship sinking, but not very clear whether some have been rescued, because he suggested that when they reached the spot, they did not find the ship. The ship had already gone down. There were some rafts floating around. Whether there were survivors is something we have to understand. Let's go to Shawan for more on this. Shawan, What information can you share about this Iranian ship? Was it hit by enemy countries insofar as this war is concerned, which means obviously either the United States or United Kingdom in the Indian Ocean region? Whether there are any survivors, have the Sri Lankan Navy succeeded in getting some of those on board and out of that crisis?
Well, in fact, Abhishek, a bigger cause of concern. This is something that has happened off the coast of Sri Lanka, which basically means our backyard. And if at all, this is an attack that has been carried out by a US submarine or an ally of Israel, then it seems it's a clear widening of the conflict. Because if you go by CENTCOM, US Central Command, they have basically confirmed that 17 Iranian ships have been targeted. Now, does that really include Iris Dana? That's not clear at this point in time. And significant to point out, Iris Dana had actually participated in the recently concluded International Fleet Review, which took place in Visakhapatnam, and thereafter in the Milan exercise, in which we are given to understand that this ship participated, and the fact that this ship was on its way back to Iran. And that's when it seems that it was targeted. Now, if you go by the claims that have been made so far, it seems that this was a suspected submarine attack, because this is what some international news agencies have been reporting. That's how, in fact, we also got to know first that this was a suspected submarine attack. But surprisingly, it seems Sri Lankan Navy has been quite, they've kept it close to the chest right now in terms of what led to this sinking of the Iranian ship, because they haven't really given any details. In fact, we also dialed the Sri Lankan Navy earlier today, Abhishek, and this is what I was essentially told by the Sri Lankan Navy. One, the fact that the rescue operation is actually on. Surprisingly, Sri Lankan Navy was actually telling us that they had absolutely no idea that the Iranian ship was crossing the Sri Lankan coast. Now, that's a claim that has been made by the Sri Lankans at this point in time. The third important point that I picked up from the conversation was the fact that they're essentially indicating that a detailed investigation will be carried out to basically find out what was the cause of this particular ship sinking in. If at all this is a submarine attack, then it is a clear indication that you're looking at the conflict basically widening.
Okay, so Shawan, stay with us. Don't go away. In fact, we have Admiral Shekhar Sinha joining us on the same broadcast. Let's try to understand, from a naval point of view, what this really means. Very good afternoon to you, Admiral Sinha. My first question to you is, this is an Iranian Navy ship which has gone down in Sri Lankan waters, too close for our comfort. You think that the war is happening in Gulf and its impact is being felt closer home? Also, few survivors. We don't know as yet whether this has been hit by a torpedo. What's your assessment and understanding?
Thank you for getting me on your program. I know it's a very sad thing to lose people. It doesn't matter which country they belong to. But by all means, it appears to be a torpedo hit, whether it has been fired by a submarine or a surface ship. But there's no surface ship was sighted in the area. Now, what happens is, because there is a war type situation, the Americans and British have almost full picture of this entire Indian Ocean. If you recall, I was talking about maritime domain awareness. So their maritime domain awareness is very, very strong, and they would have tracked the ship for a little while. Now, as far as the position of the ship is concerned, yes, it is in the backyard, but it's near Point Gaul, which is very close to the edge of the traffic separation scheme. In that area, there is a traffic separation, the eastbound traffic and westbound traffic. They all cross at a particular, like a lane, and all other ships, they don't cross in between because of the depth of water. So TSS, as it is called, it is just outside the TSS to the southern side. So therefore, it is actually in the international waters. So I understand that when the Mayday call or the distress call was received, the Sri Lankans dispatched a rescue ship, which is duty of every country, every seafaring country. Apparently, they have 32 seriously injured. If I understand from the talk that was going on between the Sri Lankan press officer and one of the anchors, apparently they have picked up 32 seriously injured people who had taken to hospital, and so are the 78 wounded people. They are being brought to the hospital. There may be some bigger boat in which they have come, but at least 101 crew members seems to have gone down with the ship. Now it will be a little bit difficult to tell right the moment that what was it, but it is certainly, by all accounts, it looks like that possibly a torpedo hit. Once the recovered people are in a position to give a talk, they will probably tell us where did they hear the the bang noise. If it is below water line, just remember, ships normally don't sink just because of fire. They always sink because of flooding. So flooding can happen by torpedo hit. It can happen very quickly. If it is underwater compartment, then the water will fill up very fast. If it is above water compartment, then it might take a little longer. So apparently, if it has gone down very quickly, which only those survivors can tell, that you will get to know that yes, the torpedo had hit possibly in the engine room or somewhere down below. So we will very bit early to say what it is, but my own assessment is that possibly that submarine was being tracked on the Maritime Domain Awareness Network, either of the US or of the UK. They both have full access here, and at some point in time they have decided that the ship can be targeted. So I would say, by all accounts, it is in international water. It is too close to our country. There's no doubt about it. But this was bound to happen someday. We have been saying this, that Indian Ocean is no more a quiet ocean. The geopolitical changes which are taking place in the world. In some program, I did mention that the geopolitics is unfolding in the Indian Ocean, in the Bay of Bengal, in the Arabian Sea, and we have to be very, very alert and be sort of with the system and be on full alert that if we go have to save somebody, we should not land up becoming a prey, and therefore our anti-submarine forces will have to be very, very careful, and they will have to be at work.
Admiral Sinha, this has gone down very fast because by the time the Sri Lankan rescuers reached the ship, there were no signs of the ship. Shawan, I believe, has a question for you on this. Shawan, over to you.
Admiral Shekhar Sinha, if at all this is a suspected submarine attack that has been carried out by Israel allies, then it certainly indicates the widening of a military conflict. Could you help us also understand in terms of the assets that the United States of America really has in this particular region?
Other than the Indian Navy, which is I would say the most capable Navy, resident Navy in this part of the world, the other outside Navy, the US Navy is present at all the time. Chinese Navy is present in reasonably good numbers. Normally, close to the Gulf, on an average, about 33, 34 countries' warships are floating. So I would say that there could be more ships. But as far as submarines are concerned, apart from US Navy ships and occasionally the Chinese ships, it's only the Indian Navy ships which come out, Indian Navy submarines. So I would think that the widening, yes, but who is going to take on US Navy out at sea? It is difficult to track. It is difficult for Iran to track all US ships which are not in the Gulf, which are outside, because they don't have those kind of abilities unless China gives them the intelligence that okay, they are here, and then they send their submarine. But submarines take a long time to travel, as you know. They just do very slow speed, and that gives enough warning to the Americans or to the allies or the allies of Israel, that there is some submarine or a ship in the areas. I would say that it is completely one-sided, if I may say so, because there are not many countries who are going to come to help of Iran in this war. Nobody wants to join this war. The only other two countries who can do it are the Russians, which will take a very long time. They are not present in the area. The Chinese could, if they want to, to start targeting the American ships in this area.
Yeah.
But that will happen with their own peril.
All right. Admiral Sinha, my next question is that if this was a ship which had come to participate in India's international fleet review and the exercise Milan, does it put any kind of diplomatic stress on India that it has happened so close to our waters when the ship had the original destination was India and was on its way back, and then the Americans have taken it down, or even if it's in international waters?
Not really, because you see, once the ship takes an order to proceed out of harbor, which they were already outside the harbor, they only make a signal that they have sailed. After that, except for tracking the ship's movement for a little while, there is no onus as far as legalities are concerned. There is no onus on the part of Indian government. Yes, as a seafaring nation, to help them, to assist them in rescue, I am sure the Indian Navy is looking at those things, and I am sure they will soon be, they will probably be helping them in rescue. And investigation will have to be done by Sri Lankans because it's very close to their waters. It is in their EZ, it is in their, I would say, in contiguous zone. So only when some of the crew are taken out and they are in a position to make a statement during their treatment in a hospital, I would think that till then no more questions will be asked from them, because the question of survival to begin with.
Yeah.
But as far as the legalities are concerned, there is no onus.
Right. Thank you so much, sir. Admiral Sinha there giving us a perspective on what happens next when this Iranian naval ship has been taken down in Sri Lankan waters off the Sri Lankan coast. But we don't know as yet who might have taken it down. Rakshita.
Right, we continue to get more updates to our viewers, and in fact, Sri Lankan Navy has also said that they had launched immediate rescue operations, and as Shawan has also got us a fresh update that due to the oil spill around the ship, there is a delay in the Navy to take up the rescue mission in a fast pace. So yes, that's an obstruction in the rescue mission. While they have found some dead bodies, more casualties are feared. They should be looking for more bodies in this operation, but yes, we understand that there have been an oil spill. Now, in fact, we will be bringing more updates in connection with this widening conflict. Meanwhile, in the latest, Iran says that it has launched another wave of True Promise 4, and it escalates this entire war, turning the Strait of Hormuz, one of the world's most critical oil routes, into a potential war zone. And in fact, the IRGC claims it has now operational control over the strategic waterway and has warned that any vessel attempting to pass through could face missile or drone attacks for India. The situation is particularly concerning now. Nearly 1/3 of its oil imports pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Republic's exclusive real-time vessel movement data shows that the vital corridor has turned into a no-go zone, with ships either halted or they are being rerouted, or they also face the risk of being targeted. Here's more.
The Strait of Hormuz, carrying nearly 1/5 the world's oil supply, is now at the center of escalating tensions. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps claims it has taken complete control of the strategic waterway and warned that any vessel entering the region risks missile or drone strikes. A senior from the IRGC stated that more than 10 oil tankers have been struck as Iran's warning to turn a key oil route into a war zone were ignored. Republic's exclusive real-time vessel movement visuals show ships either halting or rerouting, turning the Strait of Hormuz into a virtual no-go zone. Real-time Strait of Hormuz data reveals a huge vessel lineup due to the war. The IRGC has also claimed it struck an American destroyer in the Indian Ocean using Ghadar 380 ballistic missiles and Taleh cruise missiles. Ghadar missile is a medium-range ballistic missile capable of striking targets up to 2,000 kilometers away, while the Taleh cruise missile has a range of about 1,000 kilometers. Iran claims the destroyer was refueling from a US tanker when the missiles hit, triggering fires on both vessels. With missile threats now looming over one of the world's most vital oil corridors, fear arises for major disruptions to energy supply and shipping.
All right, we're just trying to get you more updates on
pictures,
the situation.
Rakshita,
Yes.
pictures of Iris Dana.
Yes, this is, I think this was part of the exercise that happened. This is the frigate Iris Dana of Iran. It's completely Iran-made, what we know, and it was deemed as one of the top ones that have been made in Iran, which have now been targeted, which has been sunk in a suspected attack. We do not know yet anything. Officially, Sri Lanka issued statements saying that it's still investigating the matter. There are rescue operations. There are some dead bodies that have been found, that have been recovered, and it continues to hunt for more people who have gone missing. And several bodies suspected to be part of suspected to be from the Iranian vessel. We do not know yet the timeline of this visual that we are getting right now. This was perhaps when it was setting sail from the Milan exercise that happened. It participated in this international fleet review, and this was Milan 2026 in Vizag and Visakhapatnam of India. And it was on its way back, what we understand. Don't know if it was on way back, but it continued to have a threat. And now we understand that it has been sunk, and no ship has been found, only some debris and the oil spill. In fact, more of the oil spill has been now found, which is also an obstruction as far as this oil spill is concerned. And I think we have Vice Admiral Sheikh Sinha back with us. Admiral Sinha, we are getting in more visuals. This is perhaps earlier when it had not left, or it was about to leave from Vizag port, and we are getting in this visual. Sri Lanka is not, of course, saying anything about what really has happened, what could be the cause of this ship sinking. But what do you really understand from this? As you had earlier also mentioned that the U.S. arsenal is always there. It has a presence in the region where this has happened. What do you really make out in the latest, and how much of a threat this is going to be now for other countries down South Asia?
Well, this is this is an Iranian ship, and looks like it has been torpedoed either by a submarine or by a ship. But if it was a ship, it would have been from the ship would have been somewhere in the area, nearby or far off, which apparently is not visible or not there on any of the network. America, the US and the British have a very good maritime domain awareness network in the Indian Ocean, in fact the entire Indo-Pacific, and they exactly know which ship is where at any given time, and targeting becomes that much easier. So I would say that at the moment, till such time the survivors can give an account of where it was hit, what time was it, how quickly it sank. If the hit of torpedo is below the waterline, then the flooding takes place very quickly and the ship sinks very quickly. Mind you, the fire does not sink the ship alone. Unless it floods by crack somewhere or hole somewhere, the ships take long time to burn and to sink. But in this case, it looks like it is a very clean, sort of submerging of the ship. And survivors are also apparently, 32 of them who have been picked up, they are injured, and rest 78 are wounded, and about 101 are missing. So I would say that it's sad to lose lives, and the rescue is going on in full swing. The Sri Lankan Navy is in action there. They are the ones who heard the distress call first, and they dispatched the rescue ship. So I would say that yes, it is at our doorsteps, and then every ship which are not very friendly, or if they jump into this battle which is going on, then they should be very careful that they can be targeted by American or the British submarine, which may be lurking around in the area. But it's very difficult to say which submarine is where at all the time.
Of Hormuz. Okay, I'll just come back to you with a question about Strait of Hormuz, Admiral. I will just go across to my colleague Sharda, who's joining us right now. Sharda, Okay, she is disconnected. Admiral Sinha, if I could just understand from you, the Strait of Hormuz is now at the center of this entire conflict. What we are witnessing, we do not know yet if this could be everything. There's nothing that is not possible in this in this entire conflict. That is only widening. There are many ships that are stuck, and in fact, Iran is saying, IRGC says it has full control, and only a Chinese ship, as per reports, it says that will be allowed. Now, even Indian ships are stuck over there. And how much of a threat this now remains, and what could be done, sir?
As long as the ships remain inside the harbor or inside in the Gulf, then they're being hit. Unless they are an American ship, chances are less, because then you will be making more enemies by sinking their ships, those who are not participating in this entire battle. So I would say that no ship will probably be leaving harbor. Certainly not the commercial ships, though the American president has announced last night that he will be providing support of the US Navy to escort the tankers who don't belong to America but they are to the world as a public good, that they can escort the merchant ships, the cargo ships out of the Straits of Hormuz. But how will they do it safely when the IRGC boards are absolutely hostile? Will they not target the US Navy ships? This remains to be seen. There has to be some discussion, some talk between these two.
Admiral Sinha, many thanks for joining us with your insights and your reading of the situation. Viewers, we will continue to get you more live updates and the visuals that are coming in this widening conflict. On the other side of this very, very short break, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more information on the Iranian vessel sinking in the Indian Ocean region.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
प्लीज स्टॉप झुमका तेरा झुमका नॉट देयर मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा तेरा झुमका मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी व्हाट आर यू डूइंग
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से एमडीएच का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरी राजा
सबका राजा आर्थिक मसाला
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV and I am Rakhta Mishra with you. Very happy to all our viewers. But right now, the situation in West Asia is only escalating with a war resulting in multiple casualties, unfortunately, and also destruction that is being witnessed right now. There are also new updates coming in from the Iranian ship that has been sunk near Sri Lanka. The Indian Ocean region will get you more updates on that and much more. But first, the headlines. IRGC launches the 17th wave of strikes against the United States and Israeli targets. IRGC, in fact, fresh visuals show Iranian missile dodging the US-Israeli air defense systems, hitting targets, and in fact, that raises questions on the air defense, the American air defense system capabilities. Iran releases footage of the moment an Israeli Hermes drone was shot down in Khurramabad. Iran claims complete control of Strait of Hormuz after claiming to strike 10 oil tankers for ignoring warnings. Explosions rock US Victoria base near Baghdad airport in Iraq after Iranian drone strike.
Some of the European, like Spain, has been terrible. In fact, I told Scott to cut off all dealings with Spain. Spain, first of all.
Trump threatens to hold trade with Spain over military base access. The Iranian government agency says that at least 1,045 people have been killed in the war that's underway. And so far, more than 1,000 have been killed. 1,045 people have been killed so far in this war that continues. And this is as per the Iranian agency that we are getting in. Civilian casualties have been, of course, declared by the by Iranian agencies, but we do not know yet about the IRGC, the forces, the military personnel casualties so far. But this is the official data of Iran that has been released right now. 1,045 people killed in the war that is continuing right now. And these are visuals coming in from Tehran. This is one of the universities that have been destroyed, completely destroyed in these Israeli strikes. Tehran has witnessed a mass bombing, carpet bombing, that is saturation bombing. Tehran has witnessed the headquarters of the regime being dismantled in the Israeli strikes, as at least claimed by the IDF, and it continues to do so. The military facilities also being targeted. The residences of the IRGC commanders have also been completely struck down, have been completely dismantled in the Israeli strikes. And this is a visual from Tehran, and multiple parts of Iran, of course, continue to witness bombing and strikes. And resultantly, 1,045 people at least have been killed so far. This is a figure that has been reported by the Iranian agencies, government agencies. That is what we have as far as our latest update is concerned. We'll continue to get you more and more updates coming in on this escalation of the war, the widening of this conflict affecting the globe. 17th wave of the IRGC has also been launched. And we have, in fact, a guest joining us on the broadcast. We have Vice Admiral Shekhar Sinha, 40 years in the Indian Navy, co-founder Deep Strat, strategic and maritime affairs expert. Sir, as we were constantly in touch, talking to you about the implications far wide, the naval routes, of course, are at the center of it all, given the fact that the epicenter lies in the Gulf area, in the Persian Gulf of this conflict. And there has been, of course, the LNG supplies for India, and even of course, oil supply reported in the financial year 2025 from the Strait of Hormuz have been at least 50% of the imports, and India top importer of the crude oils. This has a deep impact. But do you think, but how much do you gauge, for what could be the issue, or how much of a problem this could be for India strategically, economically, both?
Well, it's very much, it will impact the economy because in total about 40% of our total oil actually comes from the Gulf. And, it has to come at a particular rate because our refineries can refine a certain quantity and therefore they must keep getting the, the crude oil. So that will not happen. Though the government has made an announcement that they have asked Oman to increase their supply. As you know, the Oman oil supply is not inside the Gulf. It is on the Oman's east coast, which is facing the Arabian Sea, like, Salalah and that area. Similarly, there are other countries from which we buy. As you know, we buy from Venezuela, and I'm sure Venezuelans will be only too happy, which is now almost under American control, to sell it to the Indians in dollar terms. The problem is not that. The problem is that because you have seen the rupee has slumped down to a much lower value, breached the 92 rupee to a dollar mark, that will increase the price of oil that will be sold after refinery of the crude because the insurance required by the ships, that will go up because they are under more danger, more threat of a missile attack. And as a result, the entire cost will be borne by the buyers. So that one way to offset is probably to relook at the custom duty by the central government and by the state governments, because state government also charges separate taxation on, as you know, petroleum and alcohol. These two things are out of the complete ambit of VAT. The state government and the central government apply taxes separately. So this will have quite a bit of impact, but I think our economy is quite resilient. I am sure the government is doing many things to make sure that the reserve does not run out. We still should be having 20 days of reserve. And there are countries who can supply oil. Maybe we can go back to US and ask them that they should exempt that sanction for the time being till such time the Straits of Hormuz is open for a normal transit. And we go back to Russia and buy some more fuel. So I think there are ways to do it. A lot of diplomacy is required. And I'm sure that our EM minister and foreign secretary must be having a very busy time. So I would think that, the scene is quite bad. Seems like it is expanding, as you reported a little while ago, that, one Iranian ship has sunk. Now they will certainly look for revenge and they will start hunting the, British ships or maybe the Allied ships and the American ships. Though I would say their ability to find a submarine of the US in the Indian Ocean can be quite limited unless the Chinese give them some kind of help on intelligence, or maybe the Russians give them some help on intelligence. Turkey is, not very pro-Iran. So in fact, Turkey has been hit this morning by Iranian missile. So that is another sort of Islamic country which is, opposed to what is going on.
Right.
So I would say that, we have to be really, a lot of work is going on. Hopefully, we'll hear from the government.
Right, Admiral Sinha, just stay on with us. We have a breaking news coming in right now. Breaking news is that all Americans have been asked to leave from Pakistan. Pakistan's State Department has updated the travel advisory for Pakistan to reflect the ordered departure of non-emergency U.S. government personnel and family members of government personnel from United States consulates in Lahore and Karachi. That's the advisory. And the takeaway, of course, is that the Americans have been asked to vacate Pakistan amid the war. Americans asked to leave Pakistan. Pakistan has been in a situation, in a messy situation. It's been in a fix ever since this war has broken out. We've seen the targeting of the US and the embassies in Lahore, in Karachi, and what happened on the streets of Lahore and Karachi. Well, you can very well see that on your screens, and that, of course, has led to several questions about the ties of Pakistan with United States. Admiral Sinha, I'll just go across to you on this. Amid this situation that's escalating, Pakistan has been in a quagmire of sorts, and now Americans are being asked to leave Pakistan. How do you see this?
It is quite possible that the Americans possibly partly start operating from the Pakistan airfield or Pakistani ports, and therefore in return, in retaliation, it is quite possible that the Iranians will begin to fire on them. And this could be one of the reasons why the American citizens have been asked to leave Pakistan immediately. That can be the only reason. Or unless Iran begins to believe that Pakistan is an ally of America and it has condemned the Iranian attack on Saudi Arabia and the other Gulf countries, on the Arab countries, they can take some preemptive action. But it looks more like that something will happen in Pakistan which has prompted the Americans know about it, which has prompted them to evacuate their own people, ask them to leave, and possibly, very likely that the American forces, either the aircraft or the drones or the ships and submarines could be using the Pakistani assets, the ports and facilities to start their operation from there.
Right. Just stay on with us, Admiral Sinha. We just have more breaking news. You mentioned about Turkey as well. Well, we're getting in some information from Iran shooting a missile towards Turkish territory. Missile shot down by the NATO defense systems. In fact, NATO defenses have shot down the Iranian missile firing towards Turkey. That's the breaking news we have right now. Iran firing missile at Turkey, destroyed by NATO air defense systems. And ballistic missile, in fact, had entered the airspace of Turkey, as it has been admitted by Turkey itself, by Ankara as well. Ballistic missile fired from Iran heading into Turkish airspace was destroyed by NATO air and missile defense systems in the eastern Mediterranean Sea, as per the Turkish defense ministry. So, we've seen Recep Tayyip Erdogan, being a key regional player. He has, at the same time, expressed, condolences for the death of Lal Khamenei, Admiral Sinha. But we have seen that the Turkish minister had also said that this is a wrong strategy from Iran as to what it's doing. But now we see that Iran has fired a ballistic missile, and that had entered the Turkish airspace as well.
This will invite, the NATO. The fundamental principle of NATO is if one country is attacked, it will be presumed that all countries in NATO members, they have been attacked and the action will be taken by the NATO. So I would guess that it will now begin to indulge all NATO countries who are not participating till now, but they are observing and supporting. They might just join and start actively participating in this war. So I think that, it's going to intensify. There will be more assets in this war zone between IRNS, the Revolutionary Guard, IRGC, and the Iranian Navy and the Iranian forces vis-a-vis. It will become not only US and Israel, it will become Iran versus the NATO.
Absolutely. That, of course, again indicates more complicated and a wider conflict that we are looking at right now. Meanwhile, viewers, we continue to get you more updates that are coming in. In fact, we'll just bring you a report of how the tensions in West Asia are at an all-time high, and Chinese media reports show visible signs of disruption inside the UAE that remains on the edge. Blasts heard in recent days, major public spaces appearing unusually subdued in a city like Dubai that are known to be, completely conflict-free. Historically, it's one of the safest locations that has been said before. But now we bring you the visuals from Dubai, an eerily quiet airport that was one of the busiest. Flights have been disrupted, tourists are stranded. In fact, the Jamal Rushdie from Arab League has given his thoughts on the war, condemning the violence and calling for an immediate end to the war, saying that the region did not want this escalation. Here's more.
It's almost 6 p.m. here in Tehran. I just came out to buy some medicine for my mother. Then I saw a smoke plume in west of Tehran, just 2 kilometers away from my house. So I came here, and as you see behind me, it's one of the biggest smoke plumes I've seen. Listen, I don't know what has been exploded, what has been targeted, but it's a big one, and it's been like that in the past 45 minutes. So Tehran has been also attacked by US and Israel today, like the previous days. And of course, there are some reports that the attacks will intensify in the coming hours.
Currently, I'm in Dubai, and we are going to the airport and see if other things are still going on in normal in Dubai. There has been sounds of blast in UAE for past a few days, but there's no sound of blast this morning. Now we are driving on Sheikh Zayed Road heading to the airport. You can see there's much less traffic than normal. Usually it takes about 40 to 45 minutes to travel from Dubai Marina to the airport, but today, as we can see now, it only took about 20 minutes. We are entering departures of Terminal 3 of Dubai International Airport, and there's no display on arrivals information. This is a baggage claim where travelers usually come and pick up their luggages. You can see currently it's empty.
We did not expect that the Iranian response would be missiles, drones, and drone attacks on Arab countries, on the civilians, on civilian installations. It is completely condemned, and we consider that this escalation would be detrimental for the region, for Iran, and for the world. We call for an end of this war and a return to diplomacy as an only way to resolve all the outstanding issues. And we stress that the Arab League completely supports the Arab countries which were at the receiving end of these attacks. We support those countries and the decisions governments take to secure and safeguard the Arab countries in the Gulf and their peoples.
All right, we have some breaking news coming in right now. This is in connection with Qatar Energy, that is the top LNG producer of the world. It has declared a force majeure further to the announcement by Qatar Energy to stop production of liquefied natural gas, that is LNG, and associated products. Qatar Energy has declared force majeure to its affected buyers. Qatar Energy values, it says, it values its relationship with all of its stakeholders and will continue to communicate the latest available information. So this is the update we have right now. Force majeure is a contractual provision that frees the parties from liability when extraordinary unforeseeable events happen beyond the control. And that has been now declared by Qatar Energy. Admiral Sinha continues to be with us. Admiral Sinha, well, it's a top LNG producer halting production, which in fact shakes up the global gas markets now. But yes, this is a declaration of force majeure also coming in. But what do you really foresee? What do you really understand the impact of this?
Well, it will have a direct impact because, you know, we import very large amounts of, they are the biggest LNG supplier to us at the moment. And once the force majeure has been implemented, it means there is no legal binding on them thereafter to be, that becomes part of contract where it is mentioned that in case of force majeure, no penalization to Qatar will be done. So now India will have to look for alternate LNG markets very quickly, and possibly, you know, from the South American countries or maybe from some of the stations in on Russia. But I'm sure some diplomatic effort will be required to asking US to see that, you know, the sanctions are withdrawn for the period of this war, as I mentioned earlier, because Qatar is right inside. And hitting Qatar, you know, Qatar used to be doing a lot of forward batting for Iran in the peacetime. If you recall, all the talks were taking place in Doha, and last time it was in Oman. But Doha has been very active on getting to join both the sides of the Gulf, which is Iran and the Arab world. And this seems to be breaking down. And this is really, really very troublesome news. It will impact, it will start impacting all houses. Most of the cooking gas comes from these, the LNGs. So I'm sure there's a lot of stock, but the liquefied natural gas has only that much of quantity can be kept because they are very volatile in nature.
Right, sir. Absolutely. In fact, we continue to get more details on the escalating conflict, and we have now the tensions across West Asia escalating after the US consulate and the embassy in Dubai and Kuwait respectively came under attack, and a drone strike hit the US consulate in Dubai. Another attack targeted the US embassy in Kuwait, now forcing closures and raising fresh concerns about the security of the American assets in the region. And here's a report on what's going on.
The escalation of hostilities in the Middle East have now directly targeted American embassies and consulates in Kuwait and Dubai. Yesterday, a drone struck the US consulate in Dubai. The drone reportedly hit a parking area near the building, sparking a fire which emergency teams brought under control. Officials confirmed that no injuries were reported and that the consular staff were safe and sound. Earlier, a separate drone attack targeted the US embassy in Kuwait. Smoke was seen rising from inside the compound following the strike. The US authorities suspended routine services and announced the embassy would remain closed. Kuwaiti officials condemned the attack, calling it a violation of diplomatic norms under international law. The drone strikes by Iran mark a new phase in international warfare. It reflects the growing use of unmanned systems in international conflicts. Iran shows no signs of backing down, targeting city after city with drones as well as missiles. With US consulates and embassies now directly targeted, the situation in the Gulf remains volatile, with security measures expected to remain heightened in the coming days.
Now on to what's happening back home in India. Former Jammu Kashmir Chief Minister and PDP's Mehbooba Mufti has issued a strong remark condemning the OIC, that is the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, for its silence over the US-Israeli strikes on Iran. Going a step further, Mufti also participated in a protest in which she burned the posters of Netanyahu and Donald Trump. More details about Mufti's reaction to the escalating West Asia war.
Even as the war in West Asia is escalating with each passing day, the situation in Jammu and Kashmir seems to be turning even more volatile. Muslim leaders and Muslim parties have also openly taken a pro-Iran stand, questioning the killing of Khamenei. Leading this charge is former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Mehbooba Mufti, who has made some very strong remarks.
Netanyahu. And together they go war criminal. He's also a war criminal. They go and they attack a sovereign country like Iran, and nobody is talking about it. And unfortunately, the Muslim countries, मुझे बहुत अफसोस के साथ कहना पड़ता है, जो मुस्लिम कंट्रीज हैं, जितनी भी गल्फ में है, जितनी भी कंट्रीज हैं मिडिल ईस्ट में है, वो न सिर्फ तमाशा देख रही हैं, बल्कि उनके मुंह से एक लफ्ज नहीं निकला है, बट इनडायरेक्टली tacitly they are also supporting this attack on Iran by providing bases to the Americans.
She further alleged that Pakistan was against Iran and in league with Israel. She further criticized the Indian government for choosing to remain silent on the blatant aggression by the US and Israel. Earlier today, violent clashes broke out between cops and protesters in Jammu and Kashmir's Baramulla, which resulted in injuries to the police officials. With tensions rising and provocative comments stoking the flame, the question is, are the opposition leaders simply playing the Khamenei card to shore up their vote banks?
And with that, we'll step into a very, very short break, viewers, but don't go anywhere. In just a few moments from now, we will be right back with the continuous coverage on the war that is escalating and widening.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
IRGC launches 17th wave of its strikes against Israel and other targets in the Gulf. Fresh visuals show Iranian missile dodging a US-Israeli air defense system and hitting targets. Iran releases footage of the moment an Israeli Hermes drone was shot down in Khorramabad. Iran claims complete control of the Strait of Hormuz after claiming that striking of 10 oil tankers happened for ignoring warnings. Explosions rocked the US Victoria base near Baghdad, the airport in Iraq, after Iranian drone strike.
Some of the European, like Spain, has been terrible. In fact, I told Scott to cut off all dealings with Spain. Spain, first of all.
Trump threatens to halt trade with Spain over military base access. Okay, and let's begin with a breaking development coming in connection with the war theater, where the IAEA, International Atomic Energy Agency, has made a review of the situation on the ground, whether there is any nuclear leak. Because remember, all those facilities where nuclear fissile material is kept are being targeted by the United States and the Israelis. Now, IAEA says that the Isfahan nuclear site, while there is damage to two buildings, there is no radiological release risk at this time. IAEA now making a statement saying there's no damage to facilities containing nuclear material in Iran. Now, that leaves a big question as to what are the military objectives really of this war of attrition that the United States has launched. If the target was to make sure that Israeli nuclear facilities are destroyed so that Iranian nuclear facilities are destroyed so that Iran cannot make a nuclear bomb, in that case, if there is no damage to Isfahan and Natanz despite all the massive bombing over the last 5 days, why there is no impact? And if there is no impact, what's the objective? I mean, it leaves one confused. Another breaking. Okay, come back to another breaking. This time it is about a United States strike that has sunk an Iranian naval ship, but off the coast of Sri Lanka. Now it seems confirmation is coming in with the United States clarifying that yes, one of their warships in the region carried out a targeted hit at Iranian naval ship by the name of Iris Dana, and Iris Dana is down. Iris Dana has sunk. It had over 100 sailors, of which some are rescued. The Sri Lankans say when their naval ships or when their rescue ships reached the spot from where the distress signals had come, there were no signs of any naval ship. It had already sunk, which means it went down very fast. But some of the sailors were floating around in dinghies or in the lifeboats, and they were rescued. That number stands at about 38, and the rest of the 100+ sailors perhaps perished with the sinking of an Iranian naval ship, Iris Dana. Okay, Admiral Shekhar Sinha continues to be with us on this very important development that has taken place close to Indian waters, in area of Indian influence, right there in the Indian Ocean region. Very good evening to you, Admiral Sinha. And my first question is, with the Americans confirming that yes, they took the Iranian ship down, you think this is possibly a submarine-launched torpedo? Because in the vicinity, there are no signs of American naval ship presence.
Getting me back on your show. Yes,
sorry to be interjecting, Admiral Sinha, but I have to interject here because Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, is speaking. Okay.
Two
Pete
things.
Hegseth, Pentagon.
First, we are only 4 days into this. Metrics are shifting, dust is settling, and more forces are arriving. It's very early, and as President Trump has said, we will take all the time we need to make sure that we succeed. Second, we are only 4 days into this, and the results have been incredible. Historic, really. Only the United States of America could lead this, only us. But when you add the Israeli Defense Forces, a devastatingly capable force, the combination is sheer destruction for our radical Islamist Iranian adversaries. They are toast, and they know it. Or at least, soon enough, they will know it. And we have only just begun to hunt, dismantle, demoralize, destroy, and defeat their capabilities, just 4 days in. Starting last night and to be completed in a few days, in under a week, the two most powerful air forces in the world will have complete control of Iranian skies, uncontested airspace. I hope all the folks watching understand what uncontested airspace and complete control means. It means we will fly all day, all night, day and night, finding, fixing, and finishing the missiles and defense industrial base of the Iranian military, finding and fixing their leaders and their military leaders, flying over Tehran, flying over Iran, flying over their capital, flying over the IRGC, Iranian leaders looking up and seeing only U.S. and Israeli air power every minute of every day until we decide it's over. And Iran will be able to do nothing about it. B-2s, B-52s, B-1s, Predator drones, fighters, controlling the skies, picking targets. Death and destruction from the sky all day long. We're playing for keeps. Our warfighters have maximum authorities granted personally by the President and yours truly. Our rules of engagement are bold, precise, and designed to unleash American power, not shackle it. This was never meant to be a fair fight, and it is not a fair fight. We are punching them while they're down, which is exactly how it should be. Thus far, Operation Epic Fury has delivered twice the air power of shock and awe of Iraq in 2003, minus Paul Bremer and the nation building. The campaign has 7 times the intensity of Israel's previous operations against Iran during the 12-day war, 7 times. And as President Trump said, more and larger waves are coming. We are just getting started. We are accelerating, not decelerating. Iran's capabilities are evaporating by the hour, while American strength grows fiercer, smarter, and utterly dominant. More bombers and more fighters are arriving just today. And now, with complete control of the skies, we will be using 500-pound, 1,000-pound, and 2,000-pound GPS and laser-guided precision gravity bombs, of which we have a nearly unlimited stockpile. We used more exquisite standoff munitions at the start, but no longer need to. Our stockpiles of those, as well as Patriots, remains extremely strong. The enemy can no longer shoot the volume of missiles they once did, not even close. And the chairman will lay out some of those percentages. So our air defenses and that of our allies have plenty of runway. We can sustain this fight easily for as long as we need to. And as I said yesterday, we set the terms. Now, you may not see much of it because the IRGC shut off the internet to the entirety of the country. They blind their people on purpose, just like they kill their own on purpose. Much was made of the volume of missiles Iran was able to shoot in the first few days. And sadly, as we projected, a few got through and killed 6 of our best, who will hopefully arrive home soon. We will avenge them, no doubt. But I liken Iran's predicament to a football team who scripted the first 20 plays of a game. The team knew what plays to run because their first few drives were scripted. But now that the game has started and the blitz is on, they don't know what plays to call, let alone how to get in the huddle and call those plays. Iran's senior leaders are dead. The so-called governing council that might have selected a successor, dead, missing, or cowering in bunkers, too terrified to even occupy the same room. Senior generals, mid-level officers, enlisted ranks, they can't talk or communicate, let alone mount a coordinated and sustained offensive. That's not great for morale. The Iranian Air Force is no more, built for 1996, destroyed in 2026. The Iranian Navy rests at the bottom of the Persian Gulf. Combat ineffective, decimated, destroyed, defeated, pick your adjective. In fact, last night, we sunk their prize ship, the Soleimani. Looks like POTUS got him twice. Their Navy, not a factor. Pick your adjective, it is no more. In fact, yesterday, in the Indian Ocean, and we'll play it on the screen there, an American submarine sunk an Iranian warship that thought it was safe in international waters. Instead, it was sunk by a torpedo. Quiet death. The first sinking of an enemy ship by a torpedo since World War II. Like in that war, back when we were still the War Department, we are fighting to win. Also, yesterday, the leader of the unit who attempted to assassinate President Trump has been hunted down and killed. Iran tried to kill President Trump, and President Trump got the last laugh. Now, this is not a mission accomplished situation. This is simply a reality check. The combination of U.S. and Israeli intelligence and combat power will control Iran, and will control it soon. Sure, Iran will still be able to shoot some missiles, and still be able to launch one-way attack drones at civilian targets, and their proxies will attempt to attack our embassies, bases, and soft targets. They are terrorists, after all, and they need to target civilians because they can't fight toe-to-toe. But we will find them, and we will kill them. This is what the fake news misses. We've taken control of Iran's airspace and waterways without boots on the ground. We control their fate. But when a few drones get through or tragic things happen, it's front page news. I get it. The press only wants to make the president look bad, but try for once to report the reality. The terms of this war will be set by us at every step. As I said Monday, the mission is laser focused. Obliterate Iran's missiles and drones and facilities that produce them, annihilate its navy and critical security infrastructure, and sever their pathway to nuclear weapons. Iran will never possess a nuclear bomb, not on our watch, not ever. And this is why President Trump's moral clarity on Iran today is so vital. Unlike the past, where vague red lines and endless negotiations let Iran fund terror and inch ever so slightly toward a bomb, this president sees the threat plainly and acts decisively. No more half measures, especially when Iran is at its weakest. No more letting Tehran play for time while our people pay the price. His leadership ensures that we finish what we start and that we protect our warfighters by crushing the enemy before they can strike again. Our offensive operations, refined through months of relentless preparation, are unstoppable. And our defensive efforts are unprecedented. We have from the start put the protection of our troops ahead of everything else. Before we very publicly built up offensive combat power, we quietly ensured that our defensive posture and power was in place. And as we built up offensive combat power, we moved the vast majority of American troops, over 90% of Americans that were on our bases, what we say off the X, out of the range of Iranian fire. Our defensive shield is equally formidable, the most sophisticated air and missile defense network ever fielded. Thousands of Iranian missiles and drones have been intercepted and vaporized. Tens of thousands of American and allied lives protected. We have pushed every counter-UAS system possible forward, sparing no expense or capability. And like I said, this does not mean we can stop everything, but we ensured that the maximum possible defense and maximum possible force protection was set up before we went on offense. In closing, as President Trump told German Chancellor Merz yesterday, Iran negotiated in bad faith, stalling, scheming, and preparing to strike. And we acted decisively to defend our people, our interests, and our allies. President Trump took bold action, putting America first, the kind of bold action that the American people elected him to execute. To our steadfast partner, Israel, your mission is being executed with unmatched skill and iron determination. Fighting shoulder to shoulder with such a capable ally is a true force multiplier and a breath of fresh air. We salute your courage and your contribution. 4 days in, we have only just begun to fight. America fights to win, and in Operation Epic Fury, we are. May God's providence cover and protect our troops always. And with that, I turn it over to the chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. I'm here today to provide the American people and those of you in this room an update on Operation Epic Fury. First, it's with profound sadness and gratitude that I share the names of 4 of our 6 fallen heroes, all from the 103rd Sustainment Command, U.S. Army Reserves out of Des Moines, Iowa. Captain Cody Cork, Sergeant First Class Noah Tegens, Sergeant First Class Nicole Amore, and Sergeant Declan Cody. To the families of our fallen, we grieve with you today, and we look forward to welcoming your family members home at Dover in the coming days. Out of respect for the other families, we'll withhold the release of their names until next of kin notification is complete. And either myself or Admiral Cooper will release those names as soon as we can ensure that all of those families have been properly notified. To our Gold Star families, to our wounded warriors and their loved ones, we will never forget your sacrifice. Our nation stands with you, and we are eternally grateful for your courage, your resiliency, your devotion to this mission and to our nation. As the Secretary said, we're 4 days in, 103 hours into this campaign. The operation was again launched with clear military objectives designed to dismantle Iran's ability to project power outside of its borders, both today and in the future. First, we are targeting and eliminating Iran's ballistic missile systems to prevent them from threatening the U.S. Forces, partners, and interests in the region. Second, we are destroying the Iranian Navy, degrading its capacity, capability, and ability to conduct operations, not just in the Central Command AOR, but as the Secretary showed in the video, around the world. Third, we're ensuring Iran cannot rapidly rebuild or reconstitute its combat capability or combat power, and those phases will begin as the campaign continues. As of this morning, U.S. Central Command is making steady progress. Iran's theater ballistic missile shots fired are down 86% from the first day of fighting, with a 23% decrease just in the last 24 hours. And their one-way attack drone shots are down 73% from the opening days. This progress has allowed CENTCOM to establish localized air superiority across the southern flank of the Iranian coast and penetrate their defenses with overwhelming precision and firepower. We will now begin to expand inland, striking progressively deeper into Iranian territory and creating additional freedom of maneuver for U.S. forces. Let me explain a little bit about how we're thinking about staying ahead of the enemy. First, over the past several weeks, Admiral Cooper and the CENTCOM team have refined their operational approach to the region. Their planners identified key centers of gravity that would allow Iran to project power outside of its borders. They thought about how to isolate critical vulnerabilities and determined where, with precision, the greatest strategic effect could be achieved. As a result of this, CENTCOM is now shifting in day 4 already from large deliberate strike packages using standoff munitions at range outside an enemy's ability to shoot at us, now into stand-in precision strikes overhead Iran. As the Secretary said, this is a point of munitions transition from standoff munitions to stand-in munitions like joint direct attack munitions, which are GPS-aided free-fall weapons, and other things like Hellfires, etc. This will allow the joint force to deliver significantly increased precision effects on the target. The throttle is coming up, as the Secretary said, as opposed to ramping down. This will allow us to maintain consistent pressure on the adversary over the coming days, disrupt their launch timelines, and impose cost every day around the clock. I know there have been a lot of questions about munitions. We have sufficient precision munitions for the task at hand, both on the offense and defense. But I want to tell you, teammates, as a matter of practice, I don't want to be talking about quantities. And I know there's been a great debate about that, and I appreciate the interest, but just know that we consider that an operational security matter. Let me flip to the map here. hopefully I don't kill anybody with a laser pointer. As I mentioned earlier, and for you with the camera right there, my friend, I hope I don't ricochet off and hurt you. Over the initial days, the U.S. joint forces continued to attack and attrit ballistic missile capabilities as well as integrated air defense capabilities along the southern axis. Along the northern axis, Israel and the Israeli Air Force has predominantly been working integrated air defense targets along the northern flank, as well as medium-range ballistic missile capability as well. From the sea, the USS Ford has continued to project combat power here, as well as the bomber pulses that we talked about in the opening days of this briefing. Along the southern axis, the USS Abraham Lincoln Strike Group has continued to provide pressure from the sea along the southeastern side of the coast and has been attriting naval capability all along the strait and up into the Arabian Gulf at a size and scale sufficiently to address the targets required. To date, we've hit over 2,000 targets, as Admiral Cooper said in his video last night. We've destroyed more than 20 Iranian naval vessels, including, in addition to the frigate outside of the area, one submarine, and effectively neutralized at this point in time Iran's major naval presence in theater out there. As the Secretary showed the video, for the first time since 1945, a United States Navy fast attack submarine has sunk an enemy combatant ship using a single Mark 48 torpedo to achieve immediate effect, sending the warship to the bottom of the sea. I want to remind everybody that this is an incredible demonstration of America's global reach. To hunt, find, and kill an out-of-area deployer is something that only the United States can do at this type of scale. Over the next 24 to 48 hours, CENTCOM will continue to strike infrastructure and naval capability, and we'll continue to assess our progress against the military objectives. It does take time for us to collect that information and to assess en route. Much of our intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance capability is currently hunting and killing ballistic missile launchers and one-way attack capability. We're precise in that assessment, and we call balls and strikes in that assessment. We take that matter seriously. Iran, on the other hand, has been indiscriminate and more imprecise in their attacks. They fired more than 500 ballistic missiles and more than 2,000 drones, striking innocent civilian targets throughout the region. Our partners are answering the call to defend themselves right alongside us. Jordan, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Qatar, and Kuwait are all defending their people with their own combat capability, with precision and restraint. Jordanian air defense crews recently intercepted a cluster of Iranian one-way attack drones headed to Amman. Bahrain's air defense forces shot down an inbound drone approaching Manama's maritime infrastructure, protecting both their population and critical shipping lanes. Saudi Patriot batteries stopped a salvo of ballistic missiles aimed at energy facilities near Tehran. The UAE neutralized multiple drones targeting Abu Dhabi's industrial zone, demonstrating speed and precision. And Qatari fighters for the first time have shot down 2 Iranian bombers that were en route to their location. Together, these nations are helping to defend themselves and project power as required against the enemy. We're 100 hours in. It's still very early, as the Secretary said, but the balance is shifting. We've always got to remember that these operations are complex, dangerous, and far from over. Our soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, Guardians, and Coast Guardsmen remain in harm's way, and we must be clear-eyed that the risk is still high. This is combat. Let us never forget this. As we continue, I ask that we hold all of our deployed teammates in our thoughts, those standing the watch, flying the sorties, sustaining the fight, and carrying our nation's burden. And I'll stop where I started, and that's remembering our 6 fallen who will return home as soon as possible. I remain humbled, grateful, inspired by every day the valor and professionalism of our joint force. They are quiet professionals through and through, out there doing America's work through the day and through the darkness. And with that, I'll take your questions along with the Secretary.
Go ahead.
What do you assess the enemy's control and command status is right now? And can you broadly describe our decisive point in this operation?
Well, I won't describe the decisive point in the operation because that would tell the bad guys what it was.
That's a good question, though.
I appreciate the question. There are C2 structures in a bad way. Admiral Cooper's been continuing to pressure C2 at the IRGC C2 and other military elements, and will continue to do so. Thank you for the question.
Thank you, Secretary Hegseth. Mary Margaret with the Daily Wire. Couple questions for you and then one for General Kane. Can you tell us more about how we took out the leader who was the leader of the group that was trying to assassinate President Trump? And then Turkey's defense ministry says NATO air defense systems intercepted an Iranian ballistic missile headed towards Turkish airspace. Could this trigger NATO's Article 5, and was it the U.S. who shot it down?
On the first question, we've known for a long time that Iran had intentions on trying to kill President Trump and or other U.S. Officials. And while that was not the focus of the effort by any stretch of the imagination, in fact, never raised by the president or anybody else, I ensured and others ensured that those who were responsible for that were eventually part of the target list. It wasn't the beginning of the effort. We were focused on missiles and launchers, and that's the focus. But ultimately, if we had the opportunity to get at those who are trying to get at Americans specifically, we would. And so we eventually had the opportunity to do that from the air. And then on the matter with Turkey, I'll have to get back to you on exactly what the intercept looked like that we're aware of.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरी राजा
राजा और प्योर मसाला
Hegseth, with respect to House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries' statement that the Iran mission will end in failure, what kind of message does that send to our enemies, and what does it do to the motivation of our troops?
Well, I've been through that movie before with the Democrats rooting against the country. Our generation saw that in our battlefields. I think it's pretty unprecedented and unfortunate that it would occur 4 days in to an operation where, as the chairman laid out, America's best are operating in an incredibly challenging environment where they're having incredible success, but they're meeting a determined adversary. And he's been privy to briefs that we've provided. He knows how effective this has been. He's being disingenuous, which we're used to. Right here.
Thank you for taking my question. Heather Mullins, Lindell TV. One of the questions I have is just really regarding the intelligence that indicated that this was something the U.S. had to get involved with at the time that you guys did. We had Operation Midnight Hammer back in June. We obliterated their nuclear facilities. What was the intelligence that suggested that somehow they became a threat once again that required us to get involved with Operation Epic Fury?
I appreciate the question. The evidence in front of us since the 12-day war was that Iran had no intention of actually negotiating a nuclear deal that truly meant they did not have a pathway to the nuclear bomb. And they had a moment. Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, two of the best negotiators in the world, poured into that negotiation, giving them every single possible opportunity to release that ambition, and they didn't. And the intelligence that we saw they didn't intend to do it in good faith, that they had the intentions eventually to get to a place where they could have a conventional shield to block their nuclear capabilities, as I talked about yesterday. So I would separate the what from the when a little bit. The what is they've been killing Americans for 47 years. They have thousands of missiles pointed at us. They have ongoing nuclear ambitions, and they're at the weakest they've ever been. So the when became, in a particular, hey, what makes the most sense to do this to ensure that the narrow objectives we have of ensuring they never have a nuclear weapon have a maximum effect? Yes, right here.
Thank you, Secretary Hegseth. I had two questions. First, what is your message to Iran's allies, namely Russia and China, who have called for an immediate end to hostilities?
I don't have a message for them, and they're not really a factor here. And our issue is not with them. It's with the nuclear ambitions of Iran.
Absolutely. And are any so-called fully autonomous weapons or other AI tools being used in Operation Epic Fury?
We've got a lot of autonomous systems, or systems that drones and others incorporated with smart AI aspects to them, but a lot of which I can't talk about here. Yeah. Yellow, right there. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. As you know, China is accusing the United States of invading in Iran, a sovereign nation, and North Korea, which cooperate with Iran on nuclear development, has declared its commitment to protecting Iran. What is the United States' strategic response to this? And I have a second one. How many allies join with the United States to fighting against Iran? Do you have any numbers?
Well, I think what you're seeing right now is a response in the region to the belligerence of Iran and the willingness of them to target civilian airports, civilian hotels, civilian locations, civilian oil infrastructure of their Gulf neighbors who would have preferred not to be in conflict, didn't want to, but now realize that this is something that has to be dealt with. So whether it's UAE or Qatar or Bahrain or Kuwait or Saudi, on different levels, they're reaching out to us, whether they're going on offense, which they are, whether they're giving us additional access, basing, and overflight. We're working very closely and collaborating with them. Also on air defenses. The air defense capabilities of those countries are significant, and when combined with ours and we coordinate, it brings simplicity to the shot doctrine, so we make sure we're using less munitions but being more effective with what we shoot at. And as it pertains to other countries, I'll sort of give the same question. They don't really bear on the case of Iran. We're going to deal with Iran's nuclear ambitions, and that'll send plenty of signals in the process. Right there. Purple.
Are you going to help get Americans out of the region? Is the military going to help?
Secretary. I have two questions. One question for you and the other question for Mr. Chairman. You ruled out that you are not engaging with the Kurdish forces, Iranian Kurdish forces, to incursion from the Kurdistan region to Iran. But now, and today, Iranian said that under threat in the Kurdistan region, they said clearly if there is any incursion from the Kurdistan region, they will attack all the Kurdistan region and go war with the Kurdistan region. What's your comment on that? And a question for Mr. Chairman, given comments that the U.S. forces might be deployed if necessary, under what specific conditions would you determine that deploying U.S. boots on the ground is necessary, and how would such a decision support and advance your stated strategic goals?
All
All right, that daily presser by Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, Shawan from Washington, D.C. from the Pentagon. My two takeaways. One, of course, that no evidence yet. He's just saying that the Americans are going after Iranian nukes. In response to a question which was very specific, what was the evidence which made the United States launch Epic Fury? No word on that evidence. And the second, breaking, more relevant to us, which is that he has admitted that an American submarine, a US Navy submarine, took down an Iranian warship in Indian Ocean waters.
Right, Pete Hegseth confirming US attacking the Iran warship, that it was a submarine attack. American submarine attacked the Iranian ship, and that's the confirmation coming in from the US War Secretary himself.
Well, in fact, let me just quickly take you through some of the details emerging on your screens. In fact, this image that you have of the frigate Iris Dana, in fact, had reached Visakhapatnam port on 16th of February and had sailed out after the Milan exercise that was carried out, docked along with the warships from Australia, Japan, South Korea, and in fact even the United States of America. Now, this is what we know so far in terms of the sequence of events. It was around 5 o'clock in the morning is when Iris Dana had basically issued a distress call from approximately, that was 40 nautical miles off the Sri Lankan coast. In fact, 180 crew members were part of this particular frigate. In fact, Sri Lanka has now confirmed that the Moj-class frigate was already sinking when they had reached. In fact, on your screens right now, this was the video that came in on 16th of February when Iris Dana had reached Visakhapatnam. I'll just go back to what we know so far in terms of the developments that have taken place. In fact, Sri Lanka's foreign minister has made a statement before the parliament where they've said that two Navy vessels they were basically there and an aircraft was essentially deployed. So this is part of the rescue operation that was carried out. Now, as far as Sri Lanka is concerned, Abhishek, of course, they maintain that they had no information of this particular warship crossing the Sri Lankan coast. That's what they say. For the longest time, of course, Sri Lanka has also been caught off guard because given the fact that they're not very sure how exactly would they respond, because when we dialed the Sri Lankan Navy's media director early this afternoon, all that he had to say is that a detailed investigation would be carried out. Now you have Pete Hegseth confirming, and once again a claim that the Americans are making that this is after World War II, that you have for the first time a submarine successful hit that has taken place, Abhishek.
Well, yes, I mean, it's natural the Sri Lankans would not know. They do not have the wherewithal to know whether something like this can happen. But interesting that the minutiae with which the Americans are really tracking the whole region to make sure that any Iranian warship is not left. Remember, they have downed about 20 of Iranian naval warships is the claim that was made by the general at Pentagon just a while back. And this seems to be another one, which means that for whatever it was, the Iranian Navy stands completely dismantled and decimated is what I would say.
This is the bigger concern right now is that this has basically reached the Indian Ocean region.
Yeah, that's amazing.
4,000 kilometers from the Persian Gulf, and you have United States of America widening this entire conflict. And that is the reason why when we first reported this news basically that came in, it's of great significance here, because not just the fact that Iranian ships are now being targeted by the United States of America and its allies, but the fact of the matter is that this has basically reached the Indian Ocean region, and the very fact that the message perhaps that the United States of America wants to send across, that none of Iranian assets are essentially safe right now. Let me also quickly go across to my colleague Sharda, who's also been in touch with local assets in Sri Lanka to get a sense of what's really happening on the ground. Sharda, any further details that you're picking up? Because I believe that they have been able to rescue a few of the sailors. They've been taken to a nearby hospital where they're being given further treatment. Any further details that you're picking up from the authorities in Sri Lanka?
Well, the Sri Lankan Navy commandment giving us an official quote said that only after reaching the Navy ship that was broken down is when they realized it was Iranian citizens in it, and there were no Sri Lankan citizens. But being in the international borders, it did not come under the Sri Lanka's boundaries. But being the only country that was near to them, they saved and they tried to rescue whoever was left. And till now, 101 is still missing. The Navy reported that 101 people from the ship are still missing, and 78 are now found to be Iranian citizens, and 32 were gravely injured when they found them in the ship that was completely destroyed, and have taken them to the hospital at the south of the Sri Lankan island, and the treatment is underway. They also said that the investigation is underway. What the Sri Lankan Navy told us was only after an inquiry and a complete investigation where they confirmed that the US submarine hit the Iranian ship, and that they would not give an official word on the submarine or the attack that was taken place near their borders until then. And now, apart from the 32 citizens, the rest are being rescued, and there's a delay in the rescue process by the Sri Lankan Navy because there's oil spill after the ship was completely destroyed. So the Navy is taking its time to make sure that nobody's left behind, because the debris is also there, and the people who had inside the water are still not able to get to the top, and people are going from the Navy are going underwater in search of these people as well, is what the Sri Lankan Navy officially told us. It's expected the rescue operations will be completed only tomorrow as per the Navy, because apart from the weather and the climate, with the time being almost night time, they're not able to find out if people are still left on that ship or not, Shivan.
All right, Sri Lankan Navy is still trying to make 2 and 4 of what has happened right there inside their waters. Shravan, of course, it's too close for comfort so far as India is concerned, but the fact of the matter is these are international waters, not Indian exclusive economic zone. All right, Iran is struggling to find its next supreme leader. Ayatollah Khamenei made it clear that he does not want his son Mujtaba to take over, but it seems the IRGC still wants him, and the Assembly of Experts is struggling to come to a conclusion. Take a look.
Mujtaba Khamenei, son of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, has declared himself as Iran's new supreme leader following the death of his father. This comes as the US and Israel strikes against Iran have turned West Asia into a war zone. Iran's counterattacks have intensified in the region, with several US military bases targeted. Iran has closed the Strait of Hormuz and halted the transit of ships in the region. France, UK and Greece have joined the war by sending choppers, drones and anti-missile systems. The death of Ayatollah Khamenei has thrown a leadership vacuum. Filling the vacuum, Mujtaba has now declared himself as the new supreme leader. Despite his lack of political experience, he wields strong influence over the IRGC. Mujtaba was first believed to have been killed among the top 40 Iranian leaders during the Saturday strike, but he survived and is now ready to lead Iran. He now takes charge of a country that has strongly vowed to avenge his father.
Well, in fact, the fallout from the US-Israel confrontation that we've essentially seen has had a wider military conflict. Now, the situation as far as Pakistan is concerned, with the protests essentially taking place outside a US consulate, with this morning, in fact, you've had the US State Department essentially ordering that non-essential government officials of the United States of America are to leave from the consulates in Karachi and Islamabad. In fact, Pakistan has also been caught in a fix as to where exactly do they really stand as far as this war is concerned.
Tremors of West Asia war being felt beyond the region. The US State Department has now updated its advisory for Pakistan, citing increased security concerns. Non-emergency personnel and family members have now been ordered to depart from the US consulates in Karachi and Lahore. The move follows protests which turned violent outside the US consulate in Karachi. Visuals show large number of people had gathered outside the consulate to protest against the US actions of killing Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. The protesters even breached the outer perimeter of the compound. In response, the US Marines assigned to protect the facility opened fire on these protesters. Casualty figures remain contested. However, reports suggest at least 8 to 11 people have been killed. Officials say local law enforcement and other security personnel had to intervene to disperse the crowd. The US has defended the actions of its Marines, stating that diplomatic security personnel are authorized to use lethal force in such instances. However, Pakistani officials have launched a joint investigation into the incident. The advisory now urges US citizens in Pakistan to reconsider travel, avoid protest sites, and to monitor security updates closely.
And meanwhile, as the tensions continue to flare up in the West Asia region, it's only escalating now. And what we understand is that there are fresh concerns surrounding the U.S. assets across the Gulf, particularly if we talk about in UAE and Kuwait. The drone strike hit the U.S. consulate in Dubai. Another attack shows how U.S. embassy was targeted in Kuwait that has forced closures. Here's more.
The escalation of hostilities in the Middle East have now directly targeted American embassies and consulates in Kuwait and Dubai. Yesterday, a drone struck the US consulate in Dubai. The drone reportedly hit a parking area near the building, sparking a fire which emergency teams brought under control. Officials confirmed that no injuries were reported and that the consular staff were safe and sound. Earlier, a separate drone attack targeted the US embassy in Kuwait. Smoke was seen rising from inside the compound following the strike. The US authorities suspended routine services and announced the embassy would remain closed. Kuwaiti officials condemned the attack, calling it a violation of diplomatic norms under international law. The drone strikes by Iran mark a new phase in international warfare. It reflects the growing use of unmanned systems in international conflicts. Iran shows no signs of backing down, targeting city after city with drones as well as missiles. With US consulates and embassies now directly targeted, the situation in the Gulf remains volatile, with security measures expected to remain heightened in the coming days.
Well, tensions in the Middle East are now at an all-time high. In fact, the Chinese have once again stepped in, essentially indicating that they are looking forward to what they believe is a ceasefire. Iranians have also basically responded. If at all there is one country that has been allowed perhaps to move through Strait of Hormuz, it happens to be Chinese vessels. And they say that this is perhaps, in a way, a gratitude that has been shown to the Chinese. In fact, let me also take you through some of the details that we have gathered through the day in terms of what's the situation on the ground, particularly in UAE, where the Emirati Defense has now confirmed there have been multiple ballistic missiles that have been fired, which have been intercepted. Here's a report that has been filed by our media partner, CGTN.
It's almost 6 p.m. here in Tehran. I just came out to buy some medicine for my mother. Then I saw a smoke plume in west of Tehran, just 2 kilometers away from my house. So I came here, and as you see behind me, it's one of the biggest smoke plumes I've seen. Recently, I don't know what has been exploded, what has been targeted, but it's a big one, and it's been like that in the past 45 minutes. So Tehran has been also attacked by US and Israel today, like the previous days. And of course, there are some reports that the attacks will intensify in the coming hours.
Currently, I'm in Dubai, and we are going to the airport and see if other things are still going on in normal in Dubai. There has been sounds of blast in UAE for past a few days, but there's no sound of blast this morning. Now we are driving on Sheikh Zayed Road heading to the airport. You can see there's much less traffic than normal. Usually it takes about 40 to 45 minutes to travel from Dubai Marina to the airport. But today, as we can see now, it only took about 20 minutes. We are entering departures of Terminal 3 of Dubai International Airport. And there's no display on arrivals information. This is a baggage claim where travelers usually come and pick up their luggages. You can see currently it's empty.
We did not expect that the Iranian response would be missiles, drones, and drone attacks on Arab countries, on the civilians, on civilian installations. It is completely condemned, and we consider that this escalation would be detrimental for the region, for Iran, and for the world. We call for an end of this war and a return to diplomacy as an only way to resolve all the outstanding issues. And we stress that the Arab League completely supports the Arab countries which were at the receiving end of these attacks. We support those countries and the decisions governments take to secure and safeguard the Arab countries in the Gulf and their peoples.
Shawan and Rakshita, in many ways, this is turning out to be an FPV war, as it is called, first-person view war, which is that you get the visuals of actual strikes happening, but not from military persons, but from those people who are there on the ground, taking those pictures, capturing them on their cameras and putting it out on phone, WhatsApp, etc. But in this case, for example, look at this Iranian missile. A retaliatory strike by Iran inside Israel. Israeli air defense is activated, yet somehow the Iranian missile seems to be dodging those air defense rockets and the shield, which means that this time, if anything, Shawan, the air defenses the Iranians have proved to be adept at handling the Israeli air defenses.
Well, in fact, that's the strategy that has been adopted, something that we'll discuss on the other side, getting you more details of the war that has broken out and how it is panning out on day 5.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School, Bengaluru.
Our Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
U.S. Central Command began Operation Epic Fury at the president's direction. The goal was to dismantle Iran's security structure and remove imminent threats. Targets include command centers, missile facilities, air defenses, and key military infrastructure. From stealth bombers to missile defense systems, the U.S. deployed air, naval, and surveillance power across the region.
These actions are right and they are necessary to ensure that Americans will never have to face a radical, bloodthirsty terrorist regime armed with nuclear weapons and lots of threats. For almost 50 years, these wicked extremists have been attacking the United States while chanting the slogan, "Death to America" or "Death to Israel" or both. They are the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. We are the world's greatest and most powerful nation, so we can do something about what they do. These intolerable threats will not continue any longer. I once again urge the Revolutionary Guard, the Iranian military, police, to lay down your arms and receive full immunity or face certain death. It will be certain death. Won't be pretty. I call upon all Iranian patriots who yearn for freedom to seize this moment, to be brave, be bold, be heroic, and take back your country. America is with you. I made a promise to you, and I fulfilled that promise.
Operation Epic Fury marks one of the most aggressive...
Welcome back, viewers, and we are getting you some breaking news coming in as far as the Indian flight carriers are concerned. There have been multiple cancellations and diversions. Indian flights 1,489 Indian flights cancelled. 254,666 Indian passengers have been affected due to the war in West Asia. That is, of course, having its wider impact. Over 1,000 Indian flights have been cancelled. And not just that, Shravan, at least 3 Air India Express and 1 Akasa aircraft have been stranded in foreign territory.
Well, in fact, it seems that multiple operations have now taken a hit. In fact, some rescue operations are also being carried out. Let me also go across to Harsha, who's getting us the latest details. Harsha, in terms of the operations that have been carried out so far, what are the details that you can share at this stage?
Yes, here now we have got the entire detail of the flights which were cancelled because of the ongoing geopolitical developments. And the other areas where the airspace was also closed. We have got the detailed information that from 28th to till 4th of March, how many flights so far has been cancelled, and not only this, how many passengers so far has been affected. So the detailed data as has been shared is what Rakshita mentioned just now, 1489, that means 1,489 flights. It's of all different carriers including Air India, Akasa, SpiceJet, Indigo. We have the details from 28th of February till 4th of March, and how every day the numbers have increased from 196 number of flights cancelled on 28th of February to on 4th of March, 269 flights cancelled. The overall the data is 1,489 flights which have been cancelled. Till now, more than 2,54,666 passengers have been affected because of the ongoing geopolitical developments. And not only this, the 3 Air India Express flights aircraft which are stranded in different airports, one at Abu Dhabi, one at Bahrain, and one at Doha. The aircraft are stranded because of the current conflict situation, and Akasa Air, one aircraft is stranded at Abu Dhabi. And not only this, the operation is also being carried out from other locations to Middle East, several locations by the airlines for the passengers, and also the evacuation process also underway. As we can tell that, on 4th of March, the detail which we have received is that Air India is taking different passengers from Jeddah, Mumbai, Dubai, Delhi, Mumbai, Dubai, Mumbai, and from Muscat as well. So these are different locations where the aircraft carriers are also taking out passengers. The passengers who are coming out of the conflict areas by road or anyways, they are being asked to come to Muscat, Jeddah, or the nearby locations where the evacuation process is continuously ongoing. The Indigo is also carrying out from different locations like Abu Dhabi, from Dubai, from Abu Dhabi, from Fujairah in UAE, and from different locations.
Well, in fact, we've got the latest video now coming in of US military releasing visuals of the attack on the Iran warship Iris Dana in the Indian Ocean. In fact, let's just here you have it. In fact, this is a submarine hit that has taken place. This is the moment of the strike on your screens right now, Abhishek. The Americans say that this is after World War II, the first big submarine hit that has taken place. One may contest that claim, but having said that, sticking with the breaking news now coming in, an official confirmation that came in from Pete Hegseth saying that 17 Iranian ships have been targeted. So not just at the Indian Ocean region that you're looking at this hit that has taken place, but 17 Iranian ships in various locations have now been targeted by United States of America. But as far as the submarine hit is concerned, this has happened off the Sri Lankan coast. Now, this is what we know so far. It was around 5 o'clock this morning when the first distress call actually came in to the Sri Lankan Navy. Sri Lankan Foreign Minister has now made a statement on the floor of the Parliament that the rescue operation has been carried out. In terms of the casualties, we do have a confirmation now coming in that at least 80 have been killed when the US submarine torpedoed the Iranian Navy frigate. Now, Abhishek, we're talking about the same frigate just about a few days ago on 16th of February was off the coast of Visakhapatnam, participated in the International Fleet Review as well as the Milan exercise. In fact, we have some pictures from the International Fleet Review also, which we're going to show in a while from now. While we stay with these videos, this is the first video emerging of the strike, the successful strike that has been carried out. This is a massive escalation, and it is, after all, in our backyard. We're talking about 4,000 kilometers from the Persian Gulf, and this frigate was on its way back from a peacetime exercise that was being carried out. It was going back home when this vessel was struck by a US torpedo. In fact, Abhishek, it has major ramifications right now for the Sri Lankans too.
Well, you see, the first thing about the claim that Pete Hegseth made, that this is the first time a torpedo has taken down a ship since World War II, it's for the Americans. Like for an American submarine to be taking down a warship, that has happened for the first time since World War II. And that really shows the scale of mobilization of the United States this time, because remember, between World War II and today, the Americans would have had maybe 70, 80 wars, small and big taken together. The big ones, of course, the Gulf War I, Gulf War II, and small theaters here and there, essentially in the Middle East and North Africa region, MENA as it is called for them. But even the Vietnam War, I mean, whatnot. But for them to claim that for the first time since World War II, a submarine has taken down a warship really shows the scale of mobilization, if anything, Shavan. Also, if you look at these pictures, I see that the submarine is pretty close. And the periscope from which this has been taken, this is submarine's periscope capturing this, which means the submarine or a warship, an accompanying warship really is pretty close. So this stealth factor, while it must have been there for the submarine, for them to be capturing this from up so close, means that the Iranians were really not on the guard, because even this frigate would have had some, radar capabilities to check what's really coming. And that really also, as I said, Shawan, a show of American tech might. And I think while the Americans are focusing on decimating entire war machine of Iran, of which the Iranian Navy has paid a particular price, with about 20 warships taken down as per General Kane in that Pentagon press conference that happened just a while back. What I think what we are seeing is, you are right, it should be a matter of concern for India that this is so close to Indian waters. And if you look at these pictures, there are two hits. There is one first hit which causes the fire, and then there is another hit which really blows up the ship. And I think the fact that the Sri Lankan naval officer said that by the time they reached there, it was gone, and the reaction time was just about an hour for those 40 nautical miles, which means within 1 hour, the damage was so big that within 1 hour, the entire warship went down.
Just to add, when the Sri Lankans had dispatched their first rescue team, and the response that came in, the ship had already sunk by that time.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's important to point out here. Sri Lanka's foreign minister has told the parliament that the Navy had responded to the distress call from the ship and launched rescue operation. This was around 6 o'clock in the morning. And at that point in time, when they reached, they were unable to basically locate, is what we are being told. 79 people were basically rescued in the morning, and they were brought to the hospital. One of them was seriously injured. 101 are still believed to be missing, and the vessel has sunk. Now, in fact, the media director from Sri Lanka said that few bodies have been found from the area where the ship had actually gone down. Now, these images, which I believe was from the submarine, in fact, this was after the torpedo launch that has taken place. Two hits is what we see from this image that has been released by the US military. Now, just about a few nautical miles from one of the main cities in Sri Lanka, where this attack has taken place. Sri Lanka maintains that this was outside Sri Lankan waters, but since it was Sri Lanka happens to be the closest country, and the distress call was received by Sri Lanka, that's the reason why the rescue operations were basically being carried out. But having said that, it is now no longer limited to a particular region. Let's be very clear, it's at the doorstep that we're looking at. And the kind of assets that have largely been deployed by United States of America, with several of the military bases and the naval bases which have been operating in the region, it appears now have also been activated. It seems that it is from the Indo-Pacific region where the deployment has largely taken place, Abhishek, because given the fact that we're looking at off the Sri Lankan coast, it would be the Navy's, United States of America's Navy's submarine, which is basically from one of the naval bases in the Indo-Pacific region, where we are being told where the launch has actually taken place. Now, this afternoon, when we first reported this, there was in fact a lot of confusion whether at all this was a submarine attack or not, but naval experts essentially indicating that if at all the warship has sunk. And more importantly, this is a frigate which was commissioned just about a few years ago, and it was a state-of-the-art warship that was commissioned by the IRGC Navy just about 4.5 years ago. Then clearly there is an indication of the fact that for two reasons it may have taken a massive hit. One, unable to detect, and we're not very sure which class of submarine was used by the US Navy. We'll have to find that out, because once that information comes out, more clarity would come in as to what exactly is the game plan that the United States of America really has on this entire issue. Rakshita.
Right. In fact, as you said, Peak has also said that it was Iran's pride, the Soleimani, that has been struck by the torpedo, as he claims clearly, of course, trying to show that the Soleimani, of course, is one of the most prized class of the ships as far as Iran is concerned, and that's what Hexet was talking about. And here you have the visual, very, very dramatic one, as Abhishek was pointed out, the two strikes, at least the two explosions we see. First the fire, and then we see this huge, we don't have an audio, but it's a loud explosion, very, very intense explosion that we see here that is coming in Sri Lanka. Of course, there's lots to, there's a lot of scrutiny as to how did this happen, that Sri Lanka claims that they did not know that this Iranian ship was in fact passing through there in waters, and it was crossing the Sri Lankan coast. That's again a matter of concern, and a lot of questions also being raised on that. But this Iranian ship that we talk about is the Iris Dana, and the death toll has risen. As we just informed our viewers, at least 80 have been killed, and earlier the figure was 141 missing. So the death toll is 80 as of now, what we understand. And there were bodies that were recovered due to the oil spillage. There was obstruction, there was a hampering of the rescue operations. But yes, this is America now confirming on record via the War Secretary as well. And now they have released this footage that shows that this vessel was sunk indeed by the Americans. It's Iran's newest warship. If we talk about the Iris Dana, its newest warship, centerpiece of two-ship international tour in 2023 as well. And this was coming back from its participation in India-hosted Milan 2026 exercise as well. Of course, there's no word right now from New Delhi on this. But yes, Abhishek, that fact remains. This is a war, a conflict that does not have any boundaries, and it's right at India's doorstep.
Well, 100%. There is international rule of law. In international waters, it's governed by the UN clause, which is called the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Seas, or Laws of the Seas. But unfortunately for the Iranians, and as it happens, so the Americans are not signatories. The United States is not a signatory to UN clause. So it's dadagiri all the way. So while US carries out its FONOPS, which is called Freedom of Navigation Operations, to keep the sea lanes open, they themselves do not subscribe to the law which governs freedom of navigation in the high seas. So the Iranians might have thought these are international waters, this is not war zone, and they can have an easy sail, which was not to be. Now, quote, Pete Hexet said, in the Indian Ocean, an American submarine sunk an Iranian warship that thought it was safe in international waters. So Pete Hexet seems to be mocking the Iranians for taking it a little easy. And he said, instead it was sunk by a torpedo, quiet death. And he also goes on to say that it's the first sinking of an enemy ship by a torpedo since World War II. It's for the Americans. Like in that war, back when we were still the War Department, we are fighting to win. That's the quote of Pete Hegseth. But about 80 odd Iranian lives lost. Shawan, what we are seeing is American war, an all-out war in all geographies. So wherever the Iranians are, undersea, oversea, in the air, they are legitimate targets so far as the American war machine is concerned. And I think this is a show of might by the United States, that devil-may-care attitude there, where they are not concerned in the least about what is international rule of law from the time that they picked up Maduro to the time that they have eliminated Khamenei and everything that has happened in between. We are essentially seeing a display of might at the expense of international rule of law, if that can be called, because while there might be some grounds on which Iranians had to be taken on, in that press conference, one journalist specifically asked, what was the evidence you went after? And Pete Hegseth said, let's speak about evidence later. As of now, it is intent. Because the Iranians had intent of making a nuclear bomb. That intent had to be stopped. How do you stop intent? I mean, you can stop material action, you can stop things from happening, but how do you stop intent? Is something which Pete Hegseth sidestepped, but no answer there on that. The fact of the matter is this is too close for comfort for India. Maybe we can have a naval voice on that or a diplomatic voice on that, whether there is or should there be a concern on the Americans really going after Iranians in every region, everywhere, and even 40 nautical miles from Gal, which is Sri Lankan coast. Shawan, how far from India?
Well, in fact, if you not just from India, but look at just where it has traveled from, the very fact that you're looking all assets of the Iranians almost 4,000 kilometers away from Persian Gulf has also been sort of targeted. Now, 40 nautical miles, a little over 150 nautical miles that you're looking from the closest as far as India is concerned. Yeah. It does seem that it is the US Indo-PACOM deployment that was essentially activated. So you're looking at almost all the PACOM perhaps deployment that has taken place, because 40% of the US naval vessels have already been deployed in the Indo-Pacific region itself. So
you know, Shawan, I just Googled on the Google map, and it's actually showing a car distance of 25 hours, 1,216 kilometers between Galle and Tiruvananthapuram of Kerala. I don't know how it crosses the channel in between. The Pak Strait, as it is called, not the Pakistani Strait, but Pak Strait, P-A-L-K, is the Ram Setu, so as to speak. It cannot be trudged with by a road journey, but if you discount for the road distance, as the crow flies, Galle and Tiruvananthapuram should be about 800, 600 kilometers. And that's the distance. So very far off actually from the Indian economic zone, which is about 200 kilometers. But still, international waters, Sri Lankan waters actually. The exclusive economic zone is 200 kilometers, so should be none of our concern otherwise. But yes, too close, strategically speaking, to India's area of influence. Whether the Sri Lankans are going to protest to the Americans, whether the Sri Lankans are going to raise it in the United Nations, whether the Sri Lankans are going to make a hue and cry of this, whether the Sri Lankans are going to at least say what is happening, please give us details, is something that would be very interesting to find out. As of now, no word from Sri Lanka except for their naval officer saying by the time we reached, it was all over. So far as the ship is concerned, it was down in the waters, and whosoever was surviving on the rafts, they have been rescued. The number stands at about 70 or 80, right, Shawan?
It's 80 is what we are being told right now. The rescue operation is still underway. 101 still missing. As we understand, when they were in Visakhapatnam, they had basically reported 180 crew members. In fact, those images that we have, Those are images from the day when they had first docked and the crew members had met their counterparts at the Indian Navy. The big details now emerging with the United States of America attacking an Iranian ship off the coast of Sri Lanka, not very far away from India. The war has reached the doorstep.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School Bengaluru.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा सिंह। MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिंह।
जीरा सिंह असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School Bengaluru.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान। अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना। लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है। यानी ये है जहां नो टेंशन वहां।
प्रीमियम प्लस बाय सेंचुरी प्रोवुड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना, लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है। यानी ये है जहां नो टेंशन वहां।
प्रीमियम प्लस बाय सेंचुरी प्रोवुड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
झुमका तेरा झुमका तेरा झुमका
नॉट देयर, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
तेरा झुमका
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH।
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना, लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है। यानी ये है जहां नो टेंशन वहां।
प्रीमियम प्लस बाय सेंचुरी प्रोवुड। चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील।
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है?
अरे मेरे राजा।
राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
You are the first Indian and Asian-born player to score in the English Professional League. Tell me about that goal. Was it a target that you had in your mind, or was it an emotional milestone?
So my first application for work permit was rejected because India was ranked way below the world ranking in football, so I was not allowed. So again, that appeal went through, and then that's where the work permit came in. To get that first goal was so important because it really lifted my confidence, because I was known as a striker scoring goals. And when I got my first goal, I think from then on things became much more easier for me to go into the next game. If your mind is confident, you feel that you're good and positive, I think you can achieve. And that was very important for me to get that first break.
from our security and maritime point of view and the present situation that's happening globally? What impact is it having on your strategies?
We learn from every event, every opportunity, not only from our own experiences, but also from what is happening around the world. The Indian Navy is fully geared up to face any challenges of any kind.
How old were you when you felt that, yeah, this goal was special? Any one moment on the field that you remember